Football is back tomorrow for the Bills, at least preseason football, as they gear up to take on the Carolina Panthers with a 1 o'clock kickoff. Joe Brady addressed the media yesterday and says that whoever's healthy will be playing.
Things can change, after today's practice, but right now, everybody that's healthy is going to be playing out there on Saturday.
For more on Brady's comments, you can find his press conference on demand at our website, WGR550.com. Around the NFL, preseason underway for many teams. Some results from last night. The Bengals beat the Lions 16-14. The Steelers beat the Packers 28-9. And the Colts and Patriots, they tied 13-13. 3 more games tonight. In other news around the league, the Seahawks, they signed cornerback Terrion Arnold, formerly of the Lions. ESPN's Adam Schefter notes that the NFL must decide whether to put Arnold on the commissioner's exempt list regarding his February arrest in relation to a robbery and kidnapping. Arnold reportedly has 8 pending felony charges. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reports that Packers tight end Tucker Kraft dealing with a knee injury. He's on track to play in Week 1 against the Vikings. Giants wide receiver Malik Neighbors dealing with the knee injury participated in team drills yesterday, and Panthers coach Dave Canales said Chuba Hubbard suffered a hamstring injury and is considered week to week. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
It's Jeremy White and Joe DiBiase.
I think the plan is for guys to play and get a taste of this game. As far as I'm concerned, guys are going to go play. To be determined a little bit on how much, but it's going to be exciting for guys to get out there and just kind of let it rip.
I'd love to play. I couldn't tell you how long or how many drives or what's the case there. But to get out there and get a good feeling and a good sense of the game and get a good sense of the guys around me, I feel like that's important.
Things can change, after today's practice, but right now, everybody that's healthy is going to be playing out there on Saturday.
We are back! Yes, we are back!
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on Western New York Sports Giant, WGR.
TGIF, Jeremy and Joe, good morning, everybody. Beautiful day on the way today. Picture perfect is how it was described this morning on WBEN. Picture perfect. High of 82 today, sun all day. Tomorrow looks good for the preseason opener as well. High of 81. Game time temp, like 78. So enjoy it. We got some summer weather and no real rain. Sunday might get some, but picture perfect day today. Had football on last night, have football on today, and the Bills back to it tomorrow. So,
how much football did you have on last night?
I watched a little bit. I put on the Steelers-Packers game.
Okay. Yep. That was one on NFL Network.
McCarthy revenge game against the Packers, right? But that was about it. I watched a little bit of Drew Aller of Penn State, who carved up the Packers.
He was like 10 of 13, had some nice passes. Steelers Twitter was very excited.
Yeah, I like
very excited.
The old preseason pledge, which is, boy, how old is the preseason pledge that I wrote up and used to have people recite on the air?
Was it sparked by somebody? Like someone's preseason campaign that got out of control, and like we need something here.
It probably was sparked by the drought itself and the belief that, hey, listen, this team being bad is inevitable, and you should not derive joy from the preseason, right?
Right.
Like you shouldn't get excited about this quarterback looks good, whether that's Jabron Hamden or Trent Edwards or anybody. Nathan Peterman.
Brian Brahm maybe along the way.
Probably. It was, let me go back and find my first ever tweet about the preseason pledge, which was, none of it matters, don't take anything from it. And you tell me, I get the sense that 97% of the football world is ready to kind of line up behind that and say, yeah, we're just kind of having a good time. Sure, I want to see Marvin Harrison Jr. look good, and that's cool, but I'm not changing my pick for the season based on it.
Sure.
The last team to fall for that was the Pittsburgh Steelers with Kenny Pickett because he led a couple of drives, which might have been the final nail on the coffin for ever thinking the preseason has significant value.
Yeah.
Joe Brady said they are not game planning. They're just going out there and like calling plays, executing. Like there's no game planning. There's no nothing. And football is, of course, game planning. right? Imagine chess if you're just moving the pieces around and don't care what actually happens, right? Not quite chess. So I like that everybody's there, and now we can all just kind of lean into the fun that it is. People can freak out that Jeremiah Love had 11 carries, or pick your poison. So it feels like we're not arguing with people about the preseason anymore. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the argument's on the way today or sometime this preseason.
It shouldn't be about a team. Could it be about an individual in an extreme circumstance? Like Stribling, the rookie receiver for the 49ers, went off yesterday, and that's connected, though, to there already was optimism about him. There already was hype about him at camp.
And everybody else is hurt.
And everybody else is hurt. And then, he has 6 catches and looks really good in the preseason game. Like, I'm continuing my optimism meter for that guy in San Francisco because that's a continuation of what he's already been doing for a couple of weeks. And also, like, Jeremiah Love. Jeremiah Love looked, I thought, awesome yesterday. The way he ran reminded me of Adrian Peterson so much.
Big, just powerful.
Like, violently attacking the ground with their feet when he's running.
He did have, 50 yards?
Yeah, like, the yardage wasn't incredible. But also, like, I'm not changing anything on that. He was picked 4th overall, right? Like, it's not, this guy's good because he was really good in the preseason game. No, he was drafted in the top 5. That's why you would do it.
You should probably think that, yeah.
So there's got to be a prior reason, I think.
It's just
like if the Bills come out tomorrow and who stands out? Like, it's going to be Connie Walker.
Connie Walker?
He has an incredible Kanai Walker.
He's new. Kanai Walker.
Kanai Walker has a great preseason game tomorrow. Like, that makes sense. He's already had a really good training camp, and the guys watching practice are mentioning him all the time.
Yep.
So that makes sense.
That's probably Shavers last year. Like, Shavers is kind of doing the thing that people expected him to do.
Guy that I've never heard of that signed with the Bills a week ago. He has a great preseason game tomorrow. Doesn't matter. That's where I would be at it.
That's probably right. I mean, you've got lots of examples of guys either going off or struggling. I mean, Jamar Chase couldn't catch the ball in his rookie year preseason.
Remember the stripes on the ball?
He
was
struggled
the problem
with drops.
Yeah.
Somebody pointed out yesterday that Justin Jefferson was behind some guy who I'd never heard of in his first preseason. And then
I wonder who that was.
I don't even know.
Was it Laquan Treadwell?
It was like B.C. Johnson or something. I went right past it. Didn't even think about it. So whatever. Like, you get what you get and have a good time with it. And the Bills last year went 1-2. There have been years where they've looked really good. There's seasons where they don't play Josh Allen a lot. There's seasons where they do. Maybe it all ended the preseason conversation when COVID happened and there was not a preseason.
Right. Yeah.
Nobody had one, and we just had a year. And, it was scoring up a lot that year, yes, but I don't know. Like,
all the things that you would have had that year for the Bills, I remember, too. Like, Allen hadn't popped off yet. Diggs was new.
Right.
And if there was a preseason, what would you hear about the preseason? Like, good opportunity for your quarterback and receiver to get some work in together and get on the same page because they've never played together. And then they didn't have that opportunity, and what happened? The season started, and they were just, like, right away.
Yep.
Right away incredible together. Didn't need any reps in the preseason whatsoever to get on the same page. Like, because why? You're doing that in practice for 3 months.
That's actually one of the reasons when the reports are that Allen and Moore are clicking right away. I thought that probably makes sense. And really, if you think about Allen and his history of clicking with players right away, who does it tend to happen with? Guys that are pretty good, right? Beasley and Brown came in; they kind of clicked right away. And you'd even make this point for Emmanuel Sanders. Right? Like, this guy can play. He clicks right away. To a maybe lesser degree, Brandon Cooks is an established guy in the league. When he came in, it did not take Allen long for him to find him. Like, if you can play, Allen's going to find you.
You know what's funny about that list? Every single guy you just mentioned was a veteran.
Yeah.
Very rarely it's a rookie, right? Shakir, it didn't happen right away.
Gabe Davis, I guess, is the best example of a rookie where it happened.
Right. That would be the one. Coleman, even like to a little bit of a degree, but not really.
Yeah.
Like, and again, that could be a talent thing. But Shakir would be the example because Shakir is a good player that had 10 catches playing a third of the snaps in his rookie season. So I don't know. Like, is that an Allen thing also? Like, or is that just an NFL thing? You would expect that a quarterback is typically going to get on the same page with a veteran a lot quicker than he's going to get on the same page with rookies, right? Like Brady has talked about on one of the 1,000 podcasts that he's been on in the last year that like rookies, he would like, I want almost a full year from that guy before I even see him on the field with me. And maybe Allen is some version of that too. Like maybe all quarterbacks are. If you're a veteran quarterback, how much do you trust a rookie? You might take a lot for you to get to a point where Skylar Bell, I really trust that guy right away. It might take 2 years before the quarterback is like fully in on. I want that guy. I need that guy on the field in critical moments. The veterans happens quickly with
veterans that can play, because not all veterans, not like MVS, and not exactly. I mean, I guess Amari Cooper, right? Well,
yeah. The first game he played against the Titans for the Bills,
right.
I mean, he had a pretty solid game.
Cooper didn't know the play, but Allen still found him. There's that famous touchdown right away.
Yeah.
Like so,
Coleman told him.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So if you're a veteran and you can play, he's going to find you, and he'll play on Saturday tomorrow against the Panthers. Josh is going to play a little bit. The starters are going to play a little bit. Maybe the defense plays more than the offense. You know, it's I'm thinking about, like, I almost want to not talk about the biggest preseason injuries ever because it feels like that's putting it out into the universe. But Arizona lost their starting guard last night.
Yeah.
And that's bad. Yep. Chase Pasantis has a knee injury, and he's I don't know the timeline, but when the coach says it's not good, yeah, like that's not good. And we sometimes sit here and think, well, you know, the quarterback won't throw himself into trouble and blah, blah, blah. And you can also think that, well, if you're a guard, you could get rolled up on any game. Doesn't just have to be the preseason. But the difference is there's literally nothing to gain by playing in these games. So as a staunch no starters should play person for a long time, I don't want to necessarily fully abandon that post. Of course, they probably shouldn't. There's very little to gain. We've been through it 1,000 times where people try to tie it up to, well, it's important for chemistry. It's important for this. It's important. And it's just not. The Bengals, we mentioned earlier in the week, the Bengals played Burrow last year because they were worried about how they got off to slow starts in years past. And then they beat the Browns by a point in a game they should have lost. So, when there was no preseason, Allen had an incredible year. You have a real tough time convincing me of really any value other than the players want to play. They want to get hit. Here's Brady saying, I want guys to hit and get hit. Just be careful. Just be careful. The tough guy routine about the preseason is all well and good until your starting corner, Christian Benford, goes down because he banged knees with somebody against Carolina. Like, that's just bad news. Knock on wood for that. So, the case about, like, chemistry and the stadium, Allen's going to want to look to see where the play clock is. All right.
That seems, though, like...
The first time I heard that, I thought, that makes sense. And then I thought, but then they go on the road all the time, and he just finds out where it is.
Right.
You know, like, it's right. It's right there. It's in your field of vision when you're a quarterback.
Right,
so,
you just do that and warm up.
Yeah.
Clock's over there, okay?
Right.
Easy.
So,
it's not like they're hiding it. It's
No.
not Where's Waldo.
I was convinced for about 12 minutes and then thought, wait a minute.
Yeah.
If he plays in a new stadium that's another new stadium this year, we won't, on post-game, think, I thought he had trouble locating the play clock. So, you know, the routine of pregame of a new stadium, okay. The preseason pledge existed for a reason. So I'll flip into nervous mode. At 1 o'clock tomorrow, I'll get nervous until the quarterback comes out, until DJ Moore comes out, until, like, if we're ranking the players that you're feeling this about, on defense, it feels like I'd have 10 guys because I don't know who my major contributors really are.
Yep.
Right? I don't want it to be TJ Parker that misses a month. Last year, Max Hairston got hurt in training camp and, you know, took him out for a while. So sometimes you say injuries aren't avoidable. Sometimes they are avoidable, and a preseason game is a spot where they are avoidable. So I'm not, fire and brimstone, but I really haven't left that spot where I feel like you shouldn't play any important players.
Yeah, I'm with you. Have the Bills had a really important injury in a preseason game in recent memory?
I can't I can't really think of one. Was Milano a camp injury or a preseason injury?
That was camp.
Camp. Okay, torn bicep in
I
camp.
think a lot of them have been camp.
Camp.
Milano comes to mind. Hairston from last year.
And the Bills,
when Poyer was screaming on the ground with an elbow injury. I don't even know if he missed time. But that was camp.
Yeah, that was camp.
I mean, big injuries, like when Reggie Ragland got hurt, that was a practice.
Day one.
Day
It
one.
was his first practice.
Right. EJ got hurt in a preseason game, but were we done with him already?
Must have been, because I don't remember it. I don't remember worrying about it too much.
Manuel in week 2 of the 2013 preseason game had a left knee sprain, minor surgery. So it doesn't, but that didn't cost him any regular season time. So even that, like, they've maybe been lucky, or just how many do you actually get every year? The guys aren't playing a lot. Like, the ones that come to my memory are from so long ago. Like, I think of Michael Vick, which is 20-plus years ago now.
Broke his leg?
Yeah. Ray Lewis, maybe, was chasing him around. That's how I remember it. Maybe it wasn't Ray Lewis.
Yeah.
But, like, that's a long time ago. But I'm still with you. Like, even though maybe it doesn't happen that often, what are you gaining from it? And what are the teams that don't play their guys at all really suffering? Like, I can think of examples where guys play and like, oh, it looks good, and then it just doesn't matter in the regular season at all. The Kenny Pickett example, others.
Yeah.
Who's the guy that, he didn't play in the preseason and he really cost him in the regular season?
You kind of never know, because if it costs you in the regular season, you just chalk it up to not being any good.
Right. Like, this was said about Burrow and the Bengals, right?
Yep.
They don't play in the preseason. They get off to slow starts all the time. And then last year, they did play in the preseason, and they were terrible in week 1 again.
He played yesterday, and he got sacked. Like, he got hit a couple times, which, it's going to make me nervous. So
it was a soft sack by that lineman.
It was a friendly.
Yeah.
They should call these games friendlies.
Right. Our players aren't really trying to, especially starters. They're not trying to destroy quarterbacks.
I was going to say, it depends. If you're a defensive player trying to make your mark, like Caleb Elam-Zor is going to try and kill someone, respectively.
Right.
Like Caleb Elam-Zor tomorrow at 1 o'clock is going to look for Tet McMillan on a quick little stopper in the out of the slot and try and knock his head off, right? If he's in coverage in that spot. Or Jonathan Brooks. Here come the Carolina Panthers ready to show off Jonathan Brooks, who's finally going to get a look. Chuba Hubbard's hurt. Here comes Jonathan Brooks. Here comes Bryce Young playing. I mean, what's Caleb Elam-Zor? I'm using him specifically because he plays like that from what we hear, and we get our first look at him. So, I can't even really remember the most significant preseason injuries. You mentioned, who was it? Vic? I mean, is that 2002?
Yeah.
It's a long time ago.
Yeah, it's a long time
For
ago.
a big, big, big major one. You get linemen, which are big major ones for the team, but maybe you don't remember. Did Ronnie Stanley get banged in a preseason and had to miss the whole season? I'm just remembering, the Ravens going through injury. When did the Chargers lose their tackles last year? Rashawn Slater and Joe Alt, they both got hurt for the year.
Yeah.
Might have been one of them in the preseason.
I remember Jordy Nelson, when he was great for Green Bay, got injured in a preseason game. And he was this was in his prime. He was one of the best receivers in football.
Yeah.
Only remember that because I had drafted him in fantasy already, and then he was out for the season.
Right.
After that. But even that, that's how long ago was he one of the best receivers in football? More than 10 years ago.
Definitely. Yeah, long time.
So that's not a recent example by any means. So
803-0550 is the phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. Anybody want to dust off the old debate over the years? We used to argue. We used to be a proper country. We used to argue about preseason and whether or not somebody should play. So if you want to dust that off for us, 803-0550.
Or also, if you should get a prize at the end to encourage teams to try more.
Try, yes.
And make it more entertaining. You get an extra first-round pick if you win the preseason.
Yeah.
That's always a fun time of year.
How to incentivize winning in the preseason?
Yep. The players get $1 million. That's always a go-to also.
Yeah, I'm not quite ready for that one. I mean, sure, you can give the players more money. Does it make my ticket price go up? Probably not. Preseason football, we're back. We're so very back. maybe it's most useful now, and maybe the reason that it's kind of adopted what it is because of fantasy football. Because as fantasy has, exploded and more people play fantasy football and get locked in, you are using the preseason to either scout, see how a guy's running, see where his usage is. Like, to give Jeremiah Love 11 carries last night, I don't know, you're probably drafting him first overall in dynasty leagues, but does that change much? Does it change much to see Marvin Harrison Jr. catch a pair of touchdowns? Maybe, maybe not, right? I mean, Carson Beck looked great in their first preseason game. Arizona's offense looks like, it might be competent with who knows who at quarterback.
Brissett and Minshew completed every pass they threw yesterday.
So the Raiders' defense is the worst of all time?
It could
possibly
be that. It could be that. I think it probably does more for the depth players. Right? I think it does more for the guys that I'm not sure what this player's role is going to be. Oh, the starters played 2 drives. He played every snap. Okay, that's noteworthy. Oh, this receiver lined up. The Chargers, I know this is a question. They're going to play way more 2 wide receiver sets this year, and they keep saying Trey Harris is going to be one of them. Which is the other? Is it going to be Quentin Johnston or Ladd McConkey?
Probably Ladd McConkey.
Probably Ladd McConkey. So, or is it going to be a rotation? And when they play a preseason game, like, that's a little thing, but you'd want to look out for that. Because if Quentin Johnston's not on the field in 2 receiver sets, then you might not want to draft Quentin Johnston in fantasy. So I think it would say more about depth players than it would about any star. Like Jeremiah Love, if you are moving him from, he's probably, what is he, a 2nd or a 3rd round pick right now in fantasy drafts. If you've got a draft this weekend and after seeing him jump over a Raiders backup in the 2nd quarter, you decide, I want to pick him 6th in the 1st round. Like, that's probably not good process. That's reacting to the preseason and highlights of the preseason even more than just like even the stats. I saw him jump over a guy and he looked good and I'm excited about that. I want him on my team. I'm going to pick him a round earlier than he normally goes.
That probably happens with depth receivers though, right? That's Malik Benson and, like you said, Deshaun Stribling.
Yep.
If they continue to pop off, you're going to have whatever. People are going to move them up in their drafts.
Colby Young, the 4th round rookie for the Bengals, he had a nice 3rd and 16 conversion I saw yesterday.
Good for him.
He caught some passes.
So 1 o'clock.
He's kind of blocked. They've got some good receivers.
1 o'clock Saturday for the Bills and the Carolina Panthers. We kind of jokingly mentioned it. The thing to me that is the most interesting thing to find out in this game is what the sun does in the stadium. And really, that's the number one thing I am most interested in, shadows. And I thought about this. We talked on the show maybe yesterday, the day before, how many things I wonder. And I told you how I'm constantly thinking and wondering. I thought this when we had Jonathan Malley, the Populous lead designer, on earlier in the week. I didn't ask this exact question, but I should have asked this, which is the canopy is smallish, right? It covers 62% of the seats or whatever the number is. People kind of found out that maybe it doesn't cover as much as they thought. But is a part of the reason they did that was to minimize shadows? Because it's not a small hole over the field. It's a pretty wide one. The old stadium, of course, had no cover, so the sun's on the field at all times. You almost never got shadows on the field. I can't ever remember a shadow on the field.
No, never.
In any angle, anywhere. And the new one is going to be, there's definitely going to be shadows on the field, I think. But if that canopy is far enough back, the shadow only actually shows up when the sun goes behind the top of the stadium. So it'll be different from August to December because the sun moves in the sky south. But I'm really eager to find out.
That, I think I would agree, is number one.
Am I the only nerd that cares about the shadows on the field?
I want to know if my seat is in the shade or is it in directly into the sun and the field, right? Because if I'm at home watching a game on TV, there's nothing more annoying than watching a sporting event on TV when half the field is in the sun and the other is in the shade. Because should we figure out camera technology at this point to have that look better? I mean, we've got advertisements on the hockey boards that don't exist during broadcasts, and yet, half the field is in the sun, so every time the ball is there, I can't see it. Because of the white balance? What's the reason? The brightness? Why can't I see it as well as I should? when it's on TV that way. So I'm rooting for that to not be the case. The other thing I'm mentally preparing for also for Monday is for everybody, the parade. I might even join the parade. I'm not sure. Of this team needs to go sign a different backup quarterback because their backup quarterbacks are so bad. Because there's been some of that at training camp I saw.
Who's it going to be? Kyle Allen versus Shane Buechele not delivering like you want?
Just being ready for they both struggle. And someone's bringing up Ryan Tannehill on Monday. Or we need a new name for that. I need a new name for that.
Say by someone, do you mean you?
Yeah, maybe.
Do you still have the bet that Ryan Tannehill starts a Super Bowl, or is that show?
Mike paid it.
Or he paid that out. Okay.
Mike paid. I mean, he hasn't played he's not retired, but he hasn't played in 3 years now.
I mean, hey, Phillip Rivers can come back. Anybody can come back. We have to leave that door open.
He just vanished. He didn't announce a retirement. He didn't join another team as a backup. He just went away.
803-0550 if you want to give us a call. One phone number. That we have one phone number. It's that one. 803-0550. Jeremy and Joe coming up at 7. Paul Hamilton, he'll recap Bills practice from yesterday, all the things that Joe Brady said, goals they have for this game against Carolina. We get our first chance to look at them as a team under head coach Joe Brady. He needs to practice. That's a guy who needs to practice for challenging and clock management. And if it's possible, I might want to really evaluate clock management in this game. It feels impossible to do when it doesn't matter that much, but it's something that Brady is taking on. So Paul joins us at 7. Pat Hammer of Channel 2, part of our Football Friday coverage going forward at 7:45 on Fridays to talk to us about what the weather will be, what we can expect for tomorrow's game against Carolina. Join us. Who you want to see? Who you most excited to see tomorrow against Carolina? Let us know. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
For more comfort.
Now's the perfect time to make yourself comfortable with a new electric heating and cooling system from Belknap.
In Western New York, summer and winter bring extreme temperature conditions. Make yourself comfortable with Mitsubishi electric heat pumps, designed to keep your home cool in the summer and warm in the winter, no matter how hot or cold it gets outside. Call Belknap today to learn more.
I'm Gary Garflow, president of Belknap. We work on your schedule. We don't charge more for weekends and evenings. That's why we say,
give Belknap a ring.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So if you're a veteran and you can play, he's going to find you. And he'll play on Saturday, tomorrow against the Panthers. Josh is going to play a little bit. The starters are going to play a little bit. Maybe the defense plays more than the offense. You know, it's I'm thinking about, like, I almost want to not talk about the biggest preseason injuries ever because it feels like that's putting it out into the universe. But Arizona lost their starting guard last night.
Yeah.
And that's bad. Yep. Chase Pasantis has a knee injury, and he's I don't know the timeline, but when the coach says it's not good, yeah, like that's not good. And we sometimes sit here and think, well, you know, the quarterback won't throw himself into trouble and blah blah blah. And you can also think that, well, if you're a guard, you could get rolled up on any game. Doesn't just have to be the preseason, but the difference is there's literally nothing to gain by playing in these games. So, as a staunch no starters should play person for a long time, I don't want to necessarily fully abandon that post. Of course, they probably shouldn't. There's very little to gain, We've been through it 1,000 times where people try to tie it up to, well, it's important for chemistry. It's important for this. It's important. And it's just not. The Bengals, we mentioned earlier in the week, the Bengals played Burrow last year because they were worried about how they got off the slow starts in years past. And then they beat the Browns by a point in a game they should have lost. So, when there was no preseason, Allen had an incredible year. You have a real tough time convincing me of really any value other than the players want to play. They want to get hit. Here's Brady saying, I want guys to hit and get hit. Just be careful. Just be careful. The tough guy routine about the preseason is all well and good until your starting corner, Christian Benford, goes down because he banged knees with somebody against Carolina. Like, that's just bad news. Knock on wood for that. So the case about, like, chemistry and the stadium, Allen's going to want to look to see where the play clock is. All right.
That seems, though, like...
The first time I heard that, I thought, that makes sense. And then I thought, but then they go on the road all the time, and he just finds out where it is.
Right.
You know, like it's right there. It's in your field of vision when you're a quarterback.
Right,
so,
you just do that in warm-up.
Yeah.
Clock's over there, okay?
Right.
Easy.
So,
it's not like they're hiding it. It's
no.
not Where's Waldo.
I was convinced for about 12 minutes and then thought, wait a minute.
Yeah.
If he plays in a new stadium that's another new stadium this year, we won't, on post-game, think, I thought he had trouble locating the play clock. So, you know, the routine of pregame of a new stadium, okay. The preseason pledge existed for a reason. So I'll flip into nervous mode. At 1 o'clock tomorrow, I'll get nervous until the quarterback comes out, until DJ Moore comes out, until... Like, if we're ranking the players that you're feeling this about, on defense, it feels like I'd have 10 guys because I don't know who my major contributors really are.
Yep.
Right? I don't want it to be T.J. Parker that misses a month. Last year, Max Hairston got hurt in training camp and, took him out for a while. So sometimes you say injuries aren't avoidable. Sometimes they are avoidable. And a preseason game is a spot where they are avoidable. So I'm not, fire and brimstone, but I really haven't left that spot where I feel like you shouldn't play any important players.
Yeah, I'm with you. Have the Bills had a really...
Football is back tomorrow for the Bills, at least preseason football, as they gear up to take on the Panthers with a 1 o'clock kickoff. Joe Brady addressed the media yesterday and says whoever's healthy will be playing.
Things can change, after today's practice, but right now, everybody that's healthy is going to be playing out there on Saturday.
For more of Brady's comments, you can find his press conference on demand at our website, WGR550.com. Also, these Bills did not practice yesterday. Cole Bishop, Connor McGovern, Maxwell Hairston, Ty Johnson, Skylar Bell, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, and Kenai Walker. Around the NFL, the preseason underway for many teams. Some results last night. The Chargers, they beat the Texans 27-7. Cardinals beat the Raiders 27-14, and the Titans beat the 49ers 19-13. 3 more games tonight. In other news, speaking after Thursday's preseason opener, Cardinals coach Mike LaFleur said second-round guard Chase Basantis' left knee injury was not good. Seahawks, they signed cornerback Terrion Arnold, formerly of the Lions. ESPN's Adam Schefter notes that the NFL must decide whether to put Arnold on the commissioner's exempt list regarding his February arrest in relation to a robbery and kidnapping. Arnold reportedly has 8 pending felony charges. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reports that Packers tight end Tucker Kraft, who's been dealing with a knee injury, is on track to play in Week 1 against the Vikings. Giants wide receiver Malik Neighbors, dealing with a knee injury as well, participated in team drills yesterday. And the Panthers coach, Dave Canales, said Chuba Hubbard suffered a hamstring injury and is considered week to week. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
What I would say about this, though, is the fact that they're doing it again only further underscores it. I think this organization, they wouldn't say it out loud. They know this is a pressure year.
Yeah.
Think about some of the things that have been different, un-Bengal like this year, right? the team restructured the contract of Joe Burrow to create money to go out and acquire other players. They dipped heavily into free agency. Boye Mafe and Brian Cook, all kinds of additions on both sides of the ball, but mostly defense. They traded the 10th overall pick for Dexter Lawrence, who's coming off of a down season. Now, they think he has been amazing in training camp and is going to be the same player that we saw in 2023 and 2024. I think Cincinnati, even if they haven't told us out loud, has acknowledged they know 2026 matters gigantically. Like
Field Yates, you've mentioned you think like Zach Taylor could be a guy that gets fired if it doesn't go well early.
Owen has said that. Yeah. I've always pushed against that because I feel
Owen
like
said that. Owen's not here today.
The Bengals owner is never a guy. He's fired one coach in my life.
Well, there's an interesting take from Field Yates, the idea that, hey, Burrow playing early again, and you can see from their actions in the preseason that Cincinnati knows it's a very important year. And here are the Bills in a very important year, and, everybody who's healthy is going to play. Everybody. Not even Bradley Chubb is a vet who doesn't need the work. Everybody that's healthy is going to play. The other thing that happened yesterday, and when we talk about this with Paul, we'll get the injury report, Joe Brady being elusive, very elusive on these injuries.
Oh, yeah.
Which I think you can deduce a couple of things. I would like to guess none of them are very serious. Like season ending. He would have said that. When a guy's season ends, you don't mess around. That said, when the Bills had Chase Claypool, he was day to day, and then he was out for the year.
Out for the career.
Yeah, that's right.
He never practiced again.
From day to day to just the career's over. So that one was weird. But Brady using the lower body, lower extremity, being evasive on the injuries, which he was yesterday. He didn't want to talk about a specific player. He didn't want to talk about a specific injury. He said, we're learning everybody's different and the timelines and this and that. He was kind of hiding behind the idea that, everybody's got their own timeline. He won't really be allowed to do that in the regular season.
No, it's not like hockey.
No.
You can't get away with that.
So if you thought like, oh, yeah, look at Joe Brady, that's going to be his style, you're not allowed to do that. He will have to say, they will have to list players as questionable, probable, limited. He will have to be honest about, to a degree, what the injury is. And teams that mess around with it get fined. So you are absolutely required to be honest about injuries. Hockey, you're not. Hockey, you don't say anything. He's going to be out for a period of time. Is something Lindy Ruff consistently drops. It'll be a period of time. Okay.
And also, he doesn't have to tell you what's actually injured. He'll give you like Brady did yesterday. I'll give you upper body, lower body. You'll never actually know what he has unless you've figured it out, until after the season.
Yep.
You have to list it on the daily injury report, right? For football?
Yep.
And you have to list what it is.
And if a guy gets treatment, he's on the injury report. Like that's
right.
There are very strict rules on that. So it was kind of cool. It was kind of funny yesterday, but that won't be the norm. They will not be allowed to get away with that.
But maybe before the Texans game.
The week of the Texans game.
Which is probably why he's doing it, right? I don't want Houston to know if I'm going to have my center.
That's probably right. I don't want them to know if Connor McGovern is going to miss 6 weeks or 2 weeks. Yeah.
I don't know why else you would do it. I mean, to not put expectations on the guy, I guess, but I don't know. I feel like the opponent part of it might be more of it. But like Gardner Johnson was the same thing, right? Like we didn't know how long he'd be out. He just arrived one day. Like Connor McGovern could be.
I mean, C.J. Gardner-Johnson was back in like 2 days.
2 days, right?
Which I bet that surprised them. Otherwise, they would have said like, "Oh, he's probably back in a day."
Right.
You would think. Anyway, 803-0550 is our phone number if you want to chime in. Who are you excited to see in this preseason? What are you excited to see? Whether it's a player, a scheme. Could we get our first idea of the Leonard defense? I think yes, because all the starters are going to play and they need the reps. This reminds me of last preseason when maybe one of the only stories was Cole Bishop played a lot because Sean McDermott wanted him to get reps. It was really important for the safety tandem to play together and get reps. And I do feel like that's the story of the whole defense right now.
That get reps together.
You get everybody together.
Well, there'll be a curiosity in where guys line up. I wonder, though, this would be where the preseason pledge could really come into effect. They give up a bunch of points in the preseason, and hey, maybe don't panic about it. What did we heard from Joe Marino earlier in the week when he was on with us about the blue and red scrimmage and training camp in general, that this defense is so aggressive and there are so many different types of simulated pressures and blitzes that you wouldn't want those to be seen in the preseason. In camp, you can't hit the quarterback. So if a lot of the defense is built on we're going to be pressuring around that guy and trying to get there more than we have been in the past, then are you going to see that in the preseason? Is Jim Leonard going to be throwing out the blitzes and the simulated pressure stuff that they've been holding on to for the regular season? Like, that would be where hiding something might come into effect on that side of the ball. And if they can't get pressure on the quarterback because they're not doing the things that are going to allow them to get pressure on the quarterback, just preparing for the defense to get lit up at times in the preseason and not want to care about it. Because, hey, they were rushing 4 the whole preseason, the same 4. Guess what they're not going to be doing in the regular season? Just rushing the same 4 guys every play.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see like how aggressive they get here. And are they going to put their guys in man coverage all the time in the preseason? Because it's funny, like, we talk a lot about one-on-ones in camp and this receiver versus this guy. Like, teams running man and zone, what percentage of defense is actually man-to-man for secondary versus zone? Zone is more commonly played, and, of course, every team plays both. And this team is thought to be playing more man-to-man defense. So, I don't know, am I going to see the preseason is going to be a whole lot of IGB against insert receiver here? Is IGB covering Jalen Coker tomorrow, who's a good receiver, and we just get a little bit of look. It's glorified one-on-ones from camp, except it's just in a game against a receiver that you really don't know the route, and you're working a lot more. So maybe they get burned. This is basically what you just said, but maybe they get burned down the field in some one-on-ones or some where the defense gets kind of scorched, and you're not thinking about it too much because, well, we want to put as many man-to-man reps as we can out there because man-to-man is not, if you're scouting the Bills, you're like, all right, well, they played a lot of man. Okay, well.
It'll be interesting how much that'll grow, more so in the regular season. Like, they're going to play more man. Okay, last year it started to go up compared to recent seasons with Sean McDermott.
Yeah, we thought the hiring of a defensive coach was going to forecast that they're going to play a lot more man, and they did.
Right. Last year, the Bills were 12th in the NFL in the rate that they played man coverage on defense. The Broncos were second, where Jim Leonard comes from. And historically, defenses that he's been a part of, Wisconsin, when he was a player, run more man coverage.
Do you have the rate?
I do. Like, the difference between where the Broncos were a year ago and where the Bills were, that is 2nd to 13th. It is 9%.
No.
32% to 23%. So, yes, that's an uptick, but I wonder if you're not really looking for it or you're not staring at the numbers after a game, well, I wonder how obvious it will be to everybody that, oh, look how much man they played in this game. I mean, if it's a 9% difference, that's not really something you're going to, really see, I think.
That's, how many snaps are there? 60?
Right.
That's 6 more snaps of man coverage a game.
Right. And the team that
math might not fully check out, but you get the idea.
Unless they're going to go higher than that. I mean, Cleveland led the league last year at 43%. They were the only team above 32.
Even that, there's like less than half of your snaps are man coverage is the most aggressive man team there is.
Right. There's no team in the league had half of their snaps. So what will the Bills be in that department? Are they going to be 30%? Are they going to be 40%? There will be growth, but again, I don't think it will be something that you'll really notice until you're reviewing the game afterwards. And unless it's in big plays, that could be how you would notice it, right? The Bills are, it's 3rd and whatever, and they're in man coverage late in a game. That would be how you would notice it more than anything, because the Bills historically in big spots, a lot of famous bad negative plays in the playoffs that McDermott was the coach for, and maybe Leslie Frazier was the defensive coordinator for. You can remember them playing zone and soft zone.
Mm-hmm.
So you will remember it in the big plays, what they're running.
Denver's one where it was man-to-man that was the problem.
Last year, Denver?
Yeah. They got beat down the field. A guy gets hurt, and then all of a sudden it's
right.
Who's in playing man-to-man on an important play?
And on the flip end, we always remember the Bengals game where they're
backed off
3rd and 6, and Trey White or whoever was like 15 yards off.
That was like the first quarter, right? Wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
It was early. It felt early because the game was, still.
It was early, but it was already getting away from them.
It was in the mix early.
Yeah.
The game was available early, and they lost late. By the way, I saw a take from Nick Wright I might want to dish out because it's a harsh one about Allen. I want to ask how wrong he is about it. 803-0550, the phone number. Jeremy and Joe. When we get back, there's a new idea that someone posted about what the next obvious follow-up is to the Field of Dreams game. There needs to be another baseball movie game. I'll tell you that one next. It's probably not going to happen, but it sounds pretty darn good. That and then Paul Hamilton at 7 here on WGR.
Important injury in a preseason game in recent memory?
I can't really think of one. Was Milano a camp injury or a preseason injury?
That was camp.
Camp. Okay, torn bicep in
I
camp.
think a lot of them have been camp.
Camp.
Milano comes to mind. Hairston from last year.
And the Bills,
when Poyer was screaming on the ground with an elbow injury. I don't even know if he missed time. But that was camp.
Yeah, that was camp.
I mean, big injuries, like when Reggie Ragland got hurt, that was a practice.
Day one.
It
was his first practice.
Right. EJ got hurt in a preseason game, but were we done with him already?
Must have been, because I don't remember it. I don't remember worrying about it too much.
Manuel in week 2 of the 2013 preseason game had a left knee sprain, minor surgery. So it doesn't, but that didn't cost him any regular season time. So even that, they've maybe been lucky, or just how many do you actually get every year? The guys aren't playing a lot. Like, the ones that come to my memory are from so long ago. Like, I think of Michael Vick, which is 20-plus years ago now.
Broke his leg?
Yeah. Ray Lewis, maybe, was chasing him around. That's how I remember it. Maybe it wasn't Ray Lewis.
Yeah.
But, that's a long time ago. But I'm still with you. Like, even though maybe it doesn't happen that often, what are you gaining from it? And what are the teams that don't play their guys at all really suffering? Like, can you think? I can think of examples where guys play and it looks good, and then it just doesn't matter in the regular season at all. The Kenny Pickett example, others.
Yeah.
Who's the guy that he didn't play in the preseason and he really cost him in the regular season?
You kind of never know, because if it costs you in the regular season, you just chalk it up to not being any good.
Right. Like this was said about Burrow and the Bengals, right?
Yep.
They don't play in the preseason. They get off to slow starts all the time. And then last year, they did play in the preseason, and they were terrible in week 1 again.
He played yesterday, and he got sacked. He got hit a couple times, which, it's going to make me nervous. So
it was a soft sack by that lineman.
It was. It was a friendly.
Yeah.
They should call these games friendlies.
Right. Our players aren't really trying to, especially starters. They're not trying to destroy quarterbacks.
I was going to say, it depends. If you're a defensive player trying to make your mark, Caleb Elam-Zor is going to try and kill someone, respectively.
Right.
Like Caleb Elam-Zor tomorrow at 1 o'clock is going to look for Tet McMillan on a quick little stopper out of the slot and try and knock his head off, right? If he's in coverage in that spot. Or Jonathan Brooks. Here come the Carolina Panthers ready to show off Jonathan Brooks, who's finally going to get a look. Juba Hubbard's hurt. Here comes Jonathan Brooks. Here comes Bryce Young playing. I mean, what's Caleb Elam-Zor? I'm using him specifically because he plays like that from what we hear. And we get our first look at him. So, I can't even really remember the most significant preseason injuries. You mentioned, who was it? Vic? I mean, is that 2002?
Yeah.
It's a long time ago.
Yeah, it's a long time
For
ago.
a big, big, big major one. You get linemen, which are big major ones for the team, but maybe you don't remember. Did Ronnie Stanley get banged in a preseason and had to miss the whole season? I'm just remembering, the Ravens going through injury. When did the Chargers lose their tackles last year? Rashawn Slater and Joe Alt, they both got hurt for the year.
Yeah.
Might have been one of them in the preseason.
I remember Jordy Nelson, when he was great for Green Bay, got injured in a preseason game. And he was, like, this was in his prime. Like, he was one of the best receivers in football.
Yeah.
Only remember that because I had drafted him in fantasy already, and then he was out for the season.
Right.
After that. But even that, like, that's how long ago was he one of the best receivers in football? More than 10 years ago.
Definitely. Yeah, long time.
So, like, that's not a recent example by any means. So
803-0550 is the phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. Anybody want to dust off the old debate over the years? You know, we used to argue. We used to be a proper country. You know, we used to argue about preseason and whether or not somebody should play. So if you want to dust that off for us, 803-0550.
Or also if you should get a prize at the end to encourage teams to try more.
Try, yes.
And make it more entertaining. Like you get an extra first-round pick if you win the preseason.
Yeah.
That's always a fun time of year.
How to incentivize winning in the preseason?
Yep. The players get $1 million. That's always a go-to also.
Yeah, I'm not quite ready for that one. I mean, sure, you can give the players more money. Doesn't make my... All right, ready for a great idea, the best idea I've ever heard? This is not Let's Get Stupid. This is a great idea. So last night they had the Field of Dreams game on Netflix. They had the guys walk out of the corn and all that.
Yeah,
you've seen Field of Dreams, right? Okay.
Yep.
Joe Kelly?
Yes.
Seen Field of Dreams?
Great movie.
Yes. Yes.
This is also the second time they've done the game.
Oh, at least. Yeah.
Maybe, or did they do it every year?
I want to say it's more of an every year thing now.
Oh, okay.
I'm not positive, though. I just remember the Yankees doing it a couple years ago. And then
I remember the first one, yeah.
So, other great baseball movies, because someone suggested they got to do a blank game. Throw some out. Because I have a new...
Moneyball.
No.
That doesn't work.
Not,
great movie, though.
Not nearly as exciting. They play the game on a spreadsheet.
Like...
Just fire out some baseball movies. Name some baseball movies that we love.
Bull Durham.
Okay. That's not it.
Major League.
Major League.
Nope, not it.
League of Their Own.
Rookie of the Year.
Oh, Bad News Bears.
These are good movies. No,
Sandlot.
Yeah, the Sandlot. They need to have a Sandlot game. Now, what would a Sandlot game look like? Simple. There's a vicious dog in the outfield past the fence, and when the ball goes over it, the players have to go get it.
Oh,
that's it.
What? I'd just like to see him in the outfield then.
Well, just
put him in the outfield.
You're gonna let Hercules loose and he's gonna chase the kids? I'll watch it.
Yeah.
A giant dog, freak dog in the outfield past the fence, and if a ball goes over these Major League Baseball players, someone has to go get it. Who says no? Who says no? Come on. You're watching, Vlad Guerrero, that's gone, and now the Blue Jays must select a player to go get the ball.
Yeah. Famously, I've not seen the Sandlot. So is that the only thing that you could really...
You haven't seen it?
No. What else? What else would you do? Is it that's it? Just dogs beyond the outfield wall?
Hold on. People right now need a moment to understand.
This has come up before.
You're right. It probably has.
Maybe it's been a while.
But people need a moment to process that you've never seen this film.
Okay, right. Now...
hold on. Okay, now I'm ready.
Okay. What else is there beyond, like, that's it? Just dogs beyond the outfield wall?
It's a coming-of-age movie. It's about friendship. There's an autographed baseball. There's playing the kids from the neighborhood nearby that ride on their bikes. There's,
Okay.
It's a great movie.
Could you fashion a ballpark to kind of look like, like a little lighter sand, like a little more like a Sandlot than the actual ballpark?
You have like the chain link fence backstop.
Yeah, like do some stuff like that. I don't know.
Yeah. I'm into it. The Field of Dreams game.
There really is not another baseball movie that I'm looking at that you can really do something like this with. Because some of them take place in the major leagues already,
right?
So that doesn't work. Like 42, the Jackie Robinson movie, that's in the major leagues. Major League is Cleveland, right?
Yeah, the old stadium.
It's already Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
The Natural, again, I've not seen The Natural. Is that worse or better than Sandlot?
Based on how old you are?
It was in
right,
Buffalo.
But based on how old you are, that's probably fine.
Right.
Compared to not seeing the Sandlot?
Yeah.
But that's Major League Baseball too, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So
no, it's not. It's
They're the New York Knights.
the Cubs, isn't it?
It's the Durham Bulls.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, sorry. I'm thinking of Bull Durham, not the Natural. Whatever.
The Natural's the Knights.
Yes.
Yeah.
803-0550 to join us. It's before 6 a.m.
If you did a major league game, the pitcher has to wear the Ricky Vaughn glasses. Has to wear them.
Ooh, not bad. All right, Paul Hamilton, when we return, we'll get to ball coming up because he covered practice. He covered Bill's practice, Joe Brady's press conference ahead of the first preseason game of the Joe Brady era. So his first time managing a game with the Buffalo Bills. We'll get to that next here on WGR.
Football is back tomorrow for the Bills, at least preseason football, as they gear up to take on the Carolina Panthers with a 1 o'clock kickoff. Joe Brady addressed the media yesterday, gave an update on what we can expect to see.
Things can change, after today's practice, but right now, everybody that's healthy is going to be playing out there on Saturday.
For more of Brady's comments, you can find his press conference on demand at our website, WGR550.com. Also, these Bills did not practice yesterday. Cole Bishop, Connor McGovern, Maxwell Hairston, Ty Johnson, Skylar Bell, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, and Kenai Walker. Around the NFL, preseason underway for many teams. Some results from last night. The Bengals, they beat the Lions 16-14. The Steelers beat the Packers 28-9. Colts and Patriots tied 13-13. There are 3 more games tonight. In other news, speaking after Thursday's preseason opener, Cardinals coach Mike LaFleur said second-round guard Chase Basantis' left knee injury was not good. The Seahawks, they signed cornerback Terrion Arnold, formerly of the Lions. ESPN's Adam Schefter notes that the NFL must decide whether to put Arnold on the commissioner's exempt list regarding his February arrest in relation to a robbery and kidnapping. Arnold reportedly has 8 pending felony charges. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reports that Packers tight end Tucker Kraft, who's been dealing with a knee injury, he's on track to play in Week 1 against the Vikings. Giants wide receiver Malik Neighbors, dealing with a knee injury as well, participated in team drills yesterday. And Panthers coach Dave Canales said Chuba Hubbard suffered a hamstring injury and is considered week to week. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Mr. Paul Hamilton has been covering the Bills this week. He joins us in the Western Hotline. Hey, last year didn't the Sabres have a Bills night? Buffalo Bills night?
They did.
And they just announced all their theme nights, and I did not see a Buffalo Bills night.
Yeah, it's not like they wear, like the Amerks wear like a Bills-themed uniform with a moose on it. You get like a giveaway, I think, when the Sabres were doing it. Mm-hmm. But I don't remember what the giveaway was. I thought it was there.
Well, this year, one of the big giveaways, they did the gravy boat a couple years back.
Yep.
This year, they're going to do, there's a salt and pepper shaker, and there's also going to be a beer stein, a commemorative beer stein ticket package to one of the games.
The Sabres had there was a jersey giveaway. It was a blue hockey jersey with the Bills striping on it, and then that logo that you like, the yellow buffalo with the says Sabres down the middle. Yeah. It was that logo but red.
Oh, okay.
It actually looked sharp. I don't think they gave that to everybody though.
It's a crossover event, as they say. All these crossover events. And Paul Hamilton joins us in the Western Hotline. Crossover event. Our Sabres beat reporter covering the Bills this week with Sal in Cooperstown. I saw Sal. They have a game at 11 p.m. with 12-year-olds, like kids playing 11 p.m. on that field. I mean, a dream come true as a kid. Play under the lights. What's cooler than that? So, Anyway, Paul's here with us. Paul, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good, Paul. Looking forward to tomorrow's first preseason game, the first game environment in at the new Highmark Stadium. Should be fun.
Do you guys remember the very first play ever at then Rich Stadium?
It was 22 years before I was born,
Same.
So I do not remember.
Hold on.
Wait, you've said it, though.
Was it a kick return for a touchdown?
Yeah.
Yes, it was.
The Jets or the Bills did it?
Washington.
Washington.
Because it was
preseason.
It was the preseason game.
Gotcha.
So,
and, Washington did it.
Paul, you were there for that?
No.
No, you were not there for that. You just knew the play. Well, because why I was asking is I think, and I don't know if they would do anything tomorrow for this, but I've seen pictures of the commemorative coin that the Bills gave away for the first ever game in Rich Stadium because they did that for the last game against the Jets. They gave a coin away that kind of matched it. And they gave the coin away for the first preseason game against Washington that you're referencing, not the regular season opener. So, I don't know. Like, if they do something like that, maybe it would be tomorrow's game, not the regular season opener, but I'm not sure.
I got all the coins from last year. They did coins for every game.
Right.
And they put it out in a set, and somebody gave me that. So, because, I have... So I have coins from like the Olympics and that type of thing. I have so
Yeah.
it's kind of a neat set that they did that they gave away.
So
You came in for every game.
You don't have exactly a coin collection, but kind of like a commemorative coin collection.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Paul, the Sabres open up on October 3rd. And speaking of like little commemorative things, here's a cool one. For the home opener, all fans in attendance get an Atlantic Division champion mini banner.
Nice.
Yeah, right? Like, a great way to remember the season. They're going to raise a banner. It's a division banner. There's not that many banners up there for the Sabres, so adding one to it, it's a great way to remember what was a great season. Anyway.
You keep saying, I can't get used to it. Like,
I know.
Opener, October 1st. I'm going to be driving to the opener in September.
Yeah.
It's like, wow.
It's not that far away.
It's definitely not. And I remember a couple years ago in baseball, the Bisons, they had their earliest game in March.
Mm-hmm.
So these openers keep getting earlier and earlier in sports.
Jeremy, did it have a picture of what the banner looked like yet?
It does not.
Okay.
You want to know if it's like
I still want to know what color it's going to be.
Goat head or blue and gold?
Well, no, I'm not thinking it's going to be a goat head. No, it'll be blue and gold.
Like, blue
I just
or
wonder
white?
if it'll be blue or it'll be white, or there actually are a couple yellow banners up there.
Yeah.
From the 80s, but
good question. Well, Paul, you were covering Bills practice yesterday, and Joe Brady gave us a little bit of news on what to expect. And speaking of crossover events, he treated the injury report like a hockey injury report, right?
Yes.
Upper body, lower body. We kind of mentioned he probably won't get away with that in the regular season because football has different rules, but he did sound like a hockey coach.
Yeah, they wanted me to feel at home, so we did a little hockey by going with, and they were all lower body injuries. McGovern, Bishop, Hairston are all dealing with lower body injuries. So he said he did not want to give out any timetables or anything like that. Now, as you mentioned, when you have to do the injury report in the regular season, it has to be different. But he doesn't have to do that right now. It's preseason, and he's not going to do it. So, he just talked a little bit how there's a physical toll training camp. He understands that injuries are going to happen. But he says he's just not comfortable right now saying if somebody's going to be out or how many weeks or anything like that.
And it is obviously very different than hockey, Paul, because hockey you can do that all year and you get fined in the NFL. I think I know the answer to this. Would you wish hockey would do it like that, where you kind of have to have clarity? Because that's in the NFL. Like, you have to put on the injury report when they release it every week, like what a guy had treatment for.
Yeah, I'm so used to it now. It doesn't even faze me anymore. The hockey, they're worried about people targeting injuries. Well, they can target them in football too, if they want to. And but it's hockey. It's like, all right, well, somebody knows they have a wrist injury, so now they're going to get a hard slash across the wrist or something like that. So that's how they get away with it. Isn't with football though? A lot of it is partnership with gambling places and that type of thing that the NFL has, and
it is now.
Doesn't that have something to do with it now?
I think it does now, but the injury reports I think have gone back further than when that started, because that's only in the last few years. That is something I've heard about hockey a lot though, is because they're now in bed with these gambling books and companies that would change how injury reports are kind of released, and it hasn't really changed anything.
No, it hasn't. It changed, especially in the playoffs. You get in the playoffs and you're getting nothing with the NHL.
Paul Hamilton joining us. All right, Paul, so it's going to be preseason game number 1, and we learn if you're healthy, you're going to play. Other questions that, we'd kind of been waiting to find out where the offensive coordinator is going to be, right on the field or in the booth. Pete Carmichael, I believe, Joe Brady said he'll be in the booth. Where Carmichael is, he's going to be Brady's right-hand man for these games. I wonder, what Brady's preparation is for this. Of all the things that have to get worked out and process, and it seemed like Brady was very keyed on how their routines in the new stadium will take place. I feel like for the coach himself, he's the one that might need the most work on what this is. He's got 3 games to practice being the head coach.
Yeah, now Carmichael's going to be up there for this game. there's also going to be a game where he's down on the field. They're gonna play with that a little bit to see where. And I asked Josh Allen if it matters to him where the offensive coordinator is, in the booth, on the field. And he said, not really. It doesn't, because he said when he comes off the field, he normally is going to talk to the quarterback coach anyway. So is that as far as the offensive coordinator, where he might be, it doesn't really matter. Then he kind of went into this thing. Oh, I'm glad you brought up his name because he's really liked Carmichael a lot. You know, he said, he goes, I love this guy. He said he's been, quote, frigging awesome. He said he's been great for our room, the energy that he brings. I remember last time Allen talked, he was coming off the field and practice, and Carmichael said, how did you like such and such? They were talking about a specific play and how it was set up, formations and everything, and Allen goes, I loved it. He goes, let's take it to Brady, you know, type of a thing. So he's gotten a pretty good sense of Carmichael, and he's liked the interaction that they've had so far. Even though Brady obviously is going to be the offensive coordinator and calling the plays, Carmichael has to do a lot of the other stuff, meeting-wise, and and a lot of the things that they're going to do, whether it's in the playbook or not. You know, has a very strong sense and a very strong say in what they're doing there.
Allen also said he was into getting some preseason reps, right, Paul? I don't know that we heard from Brady or him, unless you can think of anything, an indication of how much they'll play. Not that anyone's expecting it to be a lot.
You're right. Brady did say, as you mentioned, and you've heard the cut too, that if you got through practice and you're in pretty good health, you're going to play. So, but we don't know how long. And Allen wants to play. First of all, he loves to play. He always says he wants to play in the preseason. He says, and it was no different yesterday. He said he'd love to play, but he says, I can't tell you how many drives but he wants a sense of the game, and he wants to get a sense of what's going on around him, the environment. He goes, everything's a new routine. He says, we want to make this as real as possible. He said he's got to find out, so he can find the play clocks in a hurry. He doesn't know where they are right now. He's got to be, in the middle of action. He can't be thinking about where's the clock, where's this, or whatever. He said he's got to have a sense of that. He goes, even the turf. He wants a good sense of that. What can he expect? Footing, that type of thing. The lighting, he said, especially for receivers. He said that they have to be used to the lighting and what that's going to be like, whether you're returning kicks or you're trying to catch the football. All those things are things that he feels they need to get down in the preseason, and he wants to be in there to try to figure those things out.
Yeah, it's definitely I'm glad you mentioned the lighting, Paul. I've been joking about wanting to find out what the sunlight looks like in a 1:00 game. Understanding that when we get to September, October, November, it might be a little bit different in the sky, but the Bills might have a pretty solid idea of which way they want to go early, like left or right, or which, I shouldn't say left or right, but which end zone they want to go toward early and go toward late. There's a lot of things to figure out with this new stadium.
And they got the practice at night. Now they're going to get a game during the day.
Yeah.
So you're going to, all right, how did the lights affect them? Now how does the daylight affect them? And as you mentioned, where's the sun going to be in a 1:00 game? But at 1:00 or at 4:00. Now it's going to be different in the wintertime, obviously, than it is right now because of time changes, or not time changes, but just the way the Earth rotates. So, what they're going to see with the sun in this game is going to be different than what they're going to see in the sun in November.
Yeah.
But still, it's something that Allen, and I agree with him. I would think that would be important to them. All those things that he was mentioning, that he has to get used to, and just the routine, getting to the game. Where's traffic? What are traffic patterns? What time do they have to leave to get there to the game, get to the stadium on time when they need to be there? All those things are the things that they're trying to find out now.
Paul Hamilton joining us on the Western Hotline. Bills and Panthers tomorrow at 1:00. Paul, we talked a lot about the offensive coordinator and Pete Carmichael, what he's going to do for the game. Do you get the sense the defense will play more than the offense, the starters? Because Jim Leonard has maybe the starters are also more loosely defined because we don't exactly know who is the number one at a couple spots. And they're trying to figure things out like their best front. The way that Leonard talked this week, it sounds like he really is going to use this to get a good look at who can do what.
Yeah, and I think it's what's your name? Who are you as far as the defense and what type of starter? If you're a defensive back, you might be in there longer. He might want to get them a more cohesive unit to get them out there. Now, you also probably aren't going to have C.J. Gardner-Johnson. I mean, you would love to have him out there just, again, to get him out there and get them in as a unit. You will have D. Alford, who's going to be new, but you're not going to have, Hairston, who also had injuries last year, if you recall. He's been in the NFL for 2 years, and he's had trouble, staying on the field in training camp. Cole Bishop is another one who did stay once he got on the field last year, stayed on the field for the most part, but again is now dealing with injuries again with him. So I think that's just going to be different. What's your name as far as who you are? Is that Oliver maybe going to play as long as another guy whom they might consider a quote starter? I would say probably not, even though Ed Oliver's going to have a little bit different role with what they're trying to do with him, getting him in one-on-one matchups to make him more dangerous. And we've seen it in training camp. He's been a pain in the you-know-what for Josh Allen. He's been around him and would have had sacks, if you're hitting the quarterback, which they're not. And, he's done a pretty nice job in getting himself at the quarterback and getting himself free.
Yeah. I wonder if they could also just match what Carolina will do on that front. Like, hey, well, we're going to play our starters as long as they play their starters. I think the Panthers coach said 20 snaps. So, what would that be, a drive or two? It could be different, but they might just say, when Bryce Young leaves the field, that's when Ed Oliver leaves the field. We don't need to have him out there against, all second-team guys.
And we all know, from the offensive standpoint, Josh Allen doesn't need to be out there for any of it. I mean, he's fine. He'll be just fine on opening day if he doesn't play in a preseason game. But he does want to get those things that we were talking about out of the way, but Josh, you do it in a series. Find out where your clocks are, find out where everything is out there, get what you want to get done on this field, and confidently get it done quickly, because we don't need you out there for a half. We don't need you out for the first drive of the third quarter. We don't need you injured. So they may tell him, get it done quickly, because you're going to get a series, and that's that. Now, I'm just talking. Brady didn't say that. I'm just, talking.
Paul, is your time with the Bills done?
No. I do this. No, I do this with Sal, in conjunction with Sal. Right. Through the whole. Well, as I said earlier in the week, I from the beginning of OTAs until this year. Yeah. But I had something to do at the beginning of OTAs this year, called playoff hockey. Something I hadn't had to do before. I usually take this right through to the first regular season game, and then the training camp would start, and I'd head back over to the Sabres. I'm pretty sure, I think that's probably what it'll amount to, because the 2 games against the Bruins prospects, Sabres camp will start later that week. I think it'll happen again, where I'll get in for the first week with the Bills for practice and stuff, and then usually what I do is, Sal is able to get guys coming off the field, do those types of things. I'll sit at the podium, and whoever's coming to the podium, I'll do that for him, so he doesn't have to worry about that. So we kind of do the Bills in conjunction, but I find out what he's going to do, and then I'll do something different.
Paul, how will you cover the Bills when the Sabres announce the Hellebuck trade, though? Joe wants to know how you're going to multitask that.
Where will you sit for the press conference?
We're still waiting on that one. Yeah, we'll see. Thanks, Paul.
Take care, guys.
Paul Hamilton covering the Bills. Preseason game number 1. I have a quick trivia question for you if you want it. Ready?
Okay.
You want to try this on?
Interested?
All right.
It's just late enough in the morning to ask a trivia question.
Yeah. There's a strange thing happening currently with Twitter where I cannot find the tweets that I liked, so I just got to go with what I've got.
Yeah, that happens.
Yeah. So anyway, here it is.
My bookmarks don't show up in the bookmarks section, which, feels like that should happen.
You never know. Since 2000, 16 NFL offenses have averaged 30 points per game. This coming up because Ben Johnson says he wants to be the best offense of all time.
Okay.
And score the most points. So, since 2000, 16 NFL offenses have averaged 30 points a game or more. 3 quarterbacks have quarterbacked 2 different ones. Franchises.
Okay.
That's 3 quarterbacks have led 2 different franchises to 30 points a game or more.
What's the timeline again?
2000.
2000?
Since 2000, there are 3 quarterbacks that have had a had a 30-point per game offense with 2 different franchises. Have I said it clearly enough?
Yes.
Okay.
So definitely Peyton Manning.
The Denver Broncos, the reigning top offense of all time with points per game, and his Indianapolis Colts team in 2004 tied for 13th, both over 30 points per game.
Tom Brady.
Tom Brady. The Patriots, the second highest scoring team of all time. The 2007 Patriots, 33.3 points per game. Brady also appearing on here with the Patriots another time, 2 other times. And by the way, so they had a top 16 offense since 2003 times in New England. Defense wins championships. Also with the Bucs in 2020, 30.2 points per game. So you have 2. Who is the third quarterback that has quarterbacked 2 different franchises to 30 points a game or more?
So, I thought about Darnold. Did Seattle get there, and did Minnesota? Darnold.
No. Neither team made it.
Okay.
Is it Russell Wilson?
2000 might. Russell Wilson wouldn't have had it on a second team.
That's right. The Broncos was bad.
Do I sneak in a Kurt Warner here?
You don't.
Okay. Did his Rams team make it? The Rams team was 99. That probably did that.
Yep.
Okay. Who are the best quarterbacks that have been on 2 different teams? Also, is Jeremy asking this question because of this person?
No.
Okay, no.
By the way, the Bills are not on this list.
Okay.
Averaging more than 30 points a game?
Correct.
Think I may
I'd
have
like
it.
them to be. You haven't?
I think I might. Matt Stafford?
No.
Yeah, Detroit good offenses, but never like a...
Yeah, I was taking a shot.
And check in with the
Top of the
YouTube
league.
chat to see if they're screaming at you. There's a correct answer is in there.
Okay.
And it's probably you're going to get it and then be like, oh, yeah, obviously.
Obviously.
I mean, I think so. I think it's kind of obvious. It's not, sure, maybe it's not obvious, but
Hold on here.
30-point per game seasons, 2 different teams since 2000. Brady, Manning, and...
Were these Super Bowl teams?
One of them went to a Super Bowl.
One of them went to a Super Bowl.
I mean, he went
Okay.
he went to a Super Bowl with this team. I don't know if it lines up the exact same year. That was the year they got to 30.5 points per game, whatever.
Yeah. You think it's obvious?
I think once we get to the right answer, you're going to be like, oh, yeah. Like, it's not a trick.
Yeah, right.
Is it Favre?
Nope. Sean has it in the chat. Chud has it in the chat. Chudley. Yep.
Like
True Buffalo Bills has it in the chat. You want another hint? Let's go hint line.
Yeah, give me another hint.
He comes to Buffalo this year.
Wait.
You want another hint?
No. Let me look. Hold
look at
on
the
a second.
schedule
Give me
real
a second
quick.
with the hint. Who?
Quarterback that has had 2 30-point per game seasons with 2 different franchises. One of 3 to do it since 2000.
There is.
All right, now it's obnoxious that you haven't gotten it.
Well, there's no one on the schedule Goff?
Yeah, Jared Goff.
Jared Goff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jared Goff.
That was obvious?
Yeah.
I was about to guess Carson Palmer. I don't think it's any more obvious than Carson Palmer.
I think it's a little obvious.
All right. I mean, yeah.
Super Bowl stint with the Rams, right? At least they made it.
Yeah, amazing offense with the Rams, amazing offense with the Lions.
I guess I just got to give him more credit in my own mind for what he was with the Rams. Because when I think of him on the Rams, I think of the beginning when he was the worst rookie ever.
Jeff Fisher,
with Jeff Fisher. And then the end where he scored 3 points in a Super Bowl and McVay ran him out of town because he knew he needed a different quarterback because of it.
Yeah.
But in the middle,
they were great.
In the middle, it was excellent.
Yeah. They had that 50-point game against the Chiefs. And he's been a part of some pretty big offenses.
That was the game in Mexico.
And didn't we point out earlier this week that he's finished second in the league in passing 3 straight years?
Right. And I think he's number 1 in the league over 3 years because of that.
Maybe
4,500 yards 3 years in a row.
Okay. Maybe it's not that obvious. But if it was super obvious, then the trivia wouldn't have been as fun.
That's a good point. That's true. Yeah.
803-0550. Bills, I was kind of surprised the Bills not on that list.
Yeah, me too. I'm sure they've come close.
There's a Lamar team on that list.
Okay.
Now, this was put together by Nate Tice. So the year the Bills got 30 points per game was like 29.8 or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't make the top 15, according to Nate Tice, putting this together on the most points per game. And again, brought on by the comments from Ben Johnson. 803-0550. The preseason is upon us. 6 games last night. We'll try and fire some hot takes off from it. But Bills and Panthers, of course, tomorrow, 1 o'clock. Pat Hammer with the weather report coming up at 7:45 here on WGR. Or the coach himself, he's the one that might need the most work on what this is. He's got 3 games to practice being the head coach.
Yeah, now Carmichael's going to be up there for this game. There's also going to be a game where he's down on the field. They're going to play with that a little bit to see where. And I asked Josh Allen if it matters to him where the offensive coordinator is, in the booth, on the field. And he said, not really. It doesn't, because he said when he comes off the field, he normally is going to talk to the quarterback coach anyway. So is that as far as the offensive coordinator, where he might be, it doesn't really matter. Then he kind of went into this thing. Oh, I'm glad you brought up his name because he's really liked Carmichael a lot. You know, he said, he goes, I love this guy. He said he's been, quote, frigging awesome. He said he's been great for our room, the energy that he brings. I remember last time Allen talked, he was coming off the field in practice, and Carmichael said, how did you like such and such? They were talking about a specific play and how it was set up, formations and everything, and Allen goes, I loved it. He goes, let's take it to Brady, you know, type of a thing. So He's gotten a pretty good sense of Carmichael, and he's liked the interaction that they've had so far. Even though Brady obviously is going to be the offensive coordinator and calling the plays, Carmichael has to do a lot of the other stuff, meeting-wise, and and a lot of the things that they're going to do, whether it's in the playbook or not. He has a very strong sense and a very strong say in what they're doing there.
Football is back tomorrow for the Bills, at least preseason football, as they gear up to take on the Carolina Panthers with a 1 o'clock kickoff. Joe Brady addressed the media yesterday and gave us a little information on what we could expect to see.
Things can change, after today's practice, but right now, everybody that's healthy is going to be playing out there on Saturday.
For more Brady's comments, you can find his press conference on demand at our website, WGR550.com. Also, these Bills did not practice yesterday. Cole Bishop, Connor McGovern, Maxwell Hairston, Ty Johnson, Skylar Bell, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, and Kenai Walker. Around the NFL, preseason underway for many teams. Some results from last night. The Chargers, they beat the Texans 27-7. The Cardinals beat the Raiders 27-14. The Titans, they beat the 49ers 19-13. 3 more games tonight. In other news, Seahawks, they signed cornerback Terrion Arnold, formerly of the Lions. ESPN's Adam Schefter notes that the NFL must decide whether to put Arnold on the commissioner's exempt list regarding his February arrest in relation to a robbery and kidnapping. Arnold reportedly has 8 pending felony charges. Speaking after yesterday's preseason opener, Cardinals coach Mike LaFleur said second-round guard Chase Besantis' left knee injury was, quote, not good. The Giants wide receiver Malik Neighbors, dealing with a knee injury, participated in team drills yesterday, and the Panthers coach Dave Canales said Chuba Hubbard suffered a hamstring injury and is now considered week to week. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Yeah, it'd be awesome to see. I mean, guys are flying around right now in practice and making plays, and they're disguising really well, moving together. It's a really tight-knit unit right now, so it's awesome to see, and I can't wait to see them get on the field and play somebody else and start laying some hits down.
Bills quarterback Josh Allen So, very quick thing here. The Rams and wide receiver Puka Nacua, he has walked into a glass door.
Yeah.
He suffered an injury walking into a glass door at a party. Story goes he's at a party hosted by Fanatics founder Michael Rubin, and he was distracted while looking for teammate Devontae Adams. Did not see the freshly cleaned glass pane in front of him. Bleeding from his face. He's probably fine. Ever walked into a glass door? Who among us?
Into a glass door?
Yeah.
I've walked into a screen maybe before.
Yes. I've seen someone tear through a screen, but not glass. Glass is crazy.
Great. I mean,
if it's super clean, it's actually not. Yeah,
I feel
it's
like
not that crazy.
I've definitely done both, probably. Definitely,
Both?
probably, I said. Yeah, I think I've probably done both.
My dog
The
doesn't
glass
like a
that-
clean glass door.
Just walk into a glass door.
The glass shatter?
No, it doesn't have to break. She's like, you just kind of hit it, look like a cartoon character.
Do we think Puka was like moving going into this, or he's just a big enough human being where
To have broken it?
Yeah, like how big and muscular do you got to be breaking the glass if you run into it?
It's a good question. All I ask is that in the next Madden rating update, they drop his awareness. That's all I ask. There should be consequences for walking into a glass door.
He's had a weird offseason.
He might be
suspended.
I mean,
Yeah.
there was
He's-
like a podcast thing with some
Yeah.
pretty gross stuff that he said, and then he was biting people, and now he's walking into glass doors, and he's in a contract year, right?
Mm-hmm. And he's due to get $45 million a year. Right?
Would you give it to him right now? Is that enough? Is that enough things? I'm not sure the glass door needs to prevent it or change anything. Right?
Doesn't have to.
On top of the other stuff, it feels like, okay, we're at parties walking into glass doors now and shattering them.
Yeah. Let's get Lee in Buffalo. Good morning, Lee.
Good morning. How are you?
Very good.
Good. Yeah, I wanted to ask you. I got two things here. I know that I've been hearing of little grumblings and seeing it on the internet that the Bills might be showcasing Keon Coleman for the Indianapolis Colts this weekend due to the injury of Pierce. And my second thing is I've heard some things. I heard it on, I think it was yesterday with Brad Ryder, the show, or I forgot what show it was, that people wanted, obviously it's a new stadium, maybe a new shout song, maybe get rid of Mr. Brightside. I don't think we should get rid of any of that stuff, but I do have one request here.
All right.
And if we could just fill out a piece of paper and send it to the organization, every time Mike Vrabel comes to town, we should play Dirty Diana.
Okay.
Did you see the challenge flag throw by Mike Vrabel?
He threw it pretty
yesterday?
far.
Yeah, he threw it as far as he possibly could. There was a
little performative, wasn't it? The face he made after, too. He's just like stone cold.
The Colts thing was a made-up trade from, was it Jeremy Fowler?
Maybe.
One of the ESPN guys that
trade we'd like to see. It was Coleman to the Colts for a pick swap.
And then I saw the Indy Star wrote an article about that as an idea, but it wasn't like a real rumor report. Oh, the Bills and Colts are talking.
No, and
that we know of.
You specifically tied the idea because of the injury to Pierce. I can think of no one that would be less qualified to fill in for Alec Pierce than Keon Coleman. Like Alec Pierce gets by guys downfield and gets open. Mm-hmm. That is not what Coleman would do. I also, at the same time, I don't mean to insult Coleman there. She's not that type of receiver. But Coleman on this team, I still kind of remain, I think he has value. And if the right price came along, if a team came along and said we'll give you a second for him, I think you should probably take that. But
that's Matt. No one is coming near that.
No one's doing that. But if it was the Colts call today and say I'll give you a fourth, do the Bills have someone they feel good enough about? Is Josh Palmer playing well enough and looking healthy enough to make you confident you would do that? You still will need a number of receivers, and behind Coleman it's Skylar Bell and no one. Mecole Hardman's on this team. So I just think a trade for the future for a fourth-round pick.
Or Brandon Cooks.
Yeah. I guess.
The Pierce point also is I don't really know what different teams would view him as. I mean, what receiver is getting injured in the league where you'd go, that's a Keon Coleman guy? That's a guy Keon Coleman could go in and replace. Who is that? It's not the speed receiver on the outside. Is it the slot receiver? He hasn't done it. People think he could do it, but he hasn't done it. Like what? I don't know who that is. So, the Colts, the reason they come up is because they have Pierce injured and they don't really have anybody at receiver right now on the outside. So even though he doesn't fit that skill set, I don't know. I don't think you would get anything near a second. I mean, he was a second-round pick. He is halfway through the rookie contract, so you don't get 2 years of him being cheap if he ever becomes good. And on top of that, you have a lot more baggage than when he went in the second round. So he's not worth near a second-round pick. Yeah, if you got a fourth, I feel like you would maybe be lucky. So I don't see a trade either, but if you told me there was a team out there that was offering a fourth-round pick and I could pocket that and go sign Brandon Cooks, I think they'd have a better receiving core.
I might not argue. Excuse me. I might not argue that.
And then I have a better receiving core and another day 3 pick next season.
Thanks for the phone call. If you want to give us a ring, 803-0550. Quick thing before we get to Pat Hammer for the game day forecast tomorrow and what you should prepare for. Pablo Torre finds out. Great podcast. Mm-hmm. He's finally decided to dip into the substation.
I bookmarked that to listen to.
I'm halfway through it. The San Francisco substation and how legit the concerns are over having that electrical substation so close to their practice facility and their stadium.
Yeah. What have we learned? That it might be real? Really?
I mean, I'm halfway through, and it feels like it's definitely something worth considering.
Okay. I'm listening. I like that.
It's worth considering. I have to bring it up because that, to me, is interesting. His latest episode is Kawhi Leonard, part 14.
I know.
And you know what? I feel like I've got the message. If you don't know, when Kawhi Leonard signed with the Clippers a decade ago, they got around the salary cap by giving him no-show jobs, and it was probably illegal, and there's a bunch of stuff going on with that. Mm-hmm. So that's all great.
Right.
14 parts on Kawhi Leonard.
It does seem like a lot.
All right. In the NBA, the teams that were probably cheated in this process are probably we know what, we don't care. It's fine.
That is almost right. You almost oversaturate the story to you're driving people to not care about it because it's just relentless. Now, I knew there might be new things all the time about it. There have been that I've seen.
Yeah.
But when it's every other week, here's another big Kawhi thing. I'm kind of tired of it. So the substation, though, I'm very excited to hear that it might be that it even could be real because there's been a push of Niners fans and even media that are saying, I know you did this study where it said that they had no impact at all. How many guys need to get injured for how long before you're maybe willing to do another study?
Yeah. Well, it's certainly interesting, and it's it's funny. I mean, I love all the memes.
McCaffrey's got tightness now in the soft tissue.
If DeJohn Stribling goes down with an injury for real, he looked great last night.
I mean, what kind of a story does it become if it ever is found out that it really had an impact?
I mean, I don't know what they're going to do. They have a stadium right there.
But you can practice every day somewhere else and play one game a week next to it, can't you?
I don't know.
Rather than you basically live at the facility next to it.
Patrick Hammer on the other side, the game day forecast. We'll check in with him as we're going to do on Fridays, coming up in a moment here on WGR.
to stop me on the street last night. Said everything's alright. Roller coaster, make it through the day upright. It seems your meal ticket is gone, but life goes on. I could never imagine something better. Yeah, right. Now you're cooking on high heat in the middle of the street. Roller coaster, take me to a better time. Let's go. All sing your high line with the roller coaster of life. Yeah. It's time to all choose your timeline on the roller coaster of life. Oh, you seem to easily forget how to place your bet. When everyday life gets you down, you gotta steal the crown. Got to own it. Don't bitch and moan about it, please. God forbid you scrape your knees, and it's nothing to sneeze at. Oh, I've told you over and over again. You gotta get both hands around it and make your own plans. Roller coaster, it's taking over. It's about time. Oh, sing your high line on the roller coaster of life. You've got to all choose your timeline with the roller coaster of life. Roller coaster. I want to go down the rabbit hole, down the rabbit hole of life. And now it's about to leave. Oh, roller coaster. Roller coaster.
Patrick Hammer. Pat Hammer of Channel 2.
I hope Pat likes this song. Because I'm sure he hears it a lot.
You can make your own entrance music, Mr. Hammer, if you want it. Now, you're not on with Sal anymore on Fridays. You're gonna maybe you are still doing stuff. Actually, you are still doing stuff with Sal, but not the Extra Point Show. But for our Football Fridays, we're proud to make an announcement. We've made an acquisition. We've agreed to terms with Mr. Pat Hammer. And if you want your own entrance music, we will make it happen.
Well, that song has been a part of my life and existence since, 92, when MC Hammer came up with that little jingle.
Yeah.
And I think it was my senior year in college. It entered my life, and it has never left.
You know, I have a similar experience when Pearl Jam released the song Jeremy.
Of course.
Yes. Forever, that was, anyway.
Well, and my son, unfortunately, he lives with it, and he's just like, Dad, really? Thanks. I don't really know this song like you do, Dad, but still, I hear it by his teachers and everybody else. So.
It was a time. MC Hammer was a big deal. I mean, I remember when that song came out.
He was, he doesn't get, little side note here, that guy did more for the community. He gave away most of his money, by the way, in the San Francisco Bay Area where he's from. He has a philanthropic side that not a lot of people know about. And a lot of the money he made from that song and others, he gave away. So little side note to MC Hammer.
Love it. All right. So let's talk about the game tomorrow. Are you as interested as I am about how the sun hits the stadium? We're going to see some sunshine, right?
Yeah, full sun tomorrow. Jeremy, I'm so geeking out about this that I've calculated the sun angle for tomorrow versus mid-September, mid-October through December, okay?
All right.
And I would love to, we need some geometry in place here to figure out. So the sun angle tomorrow at a kickoff is at about 60 degrees, okay? So it's 3/4 up the horizon, okay? 60 degrees above the horizon. So the shadows are going to be clearly on the lake side of the stadium, and then, kind of the southern end zone.
So that's the Bills side. The Bills are on the lake side. That's their home side.
So that will be the Bills side, correct. Okay, I'll refer to it as home side. Thank you. I keep thinking of the lake. So when you get to October, that sun angle, September, that drops to about 50. October, we're down to about 40. And then in December, it's like 25% above the horizon. So shadows, I think, are going to be the biggest deal for September through late October games.
Gotcha.
For those 1:00 starts.
So for fans in the stands early in the season, you are in the shade at 1:00 on the home side of the stadium, the lake side of the stadium.
I think you're in the first couple. Let's see, we have after Houston, we have 3 home games in a row, and I think 2 are at 1:00. So those games, I think you're going to be in the sun. I think most of the stadium will be in the sun, except maybe the 400 level on the Bill side. But again, this is raw geometry. I'm just kind of eyeballing this. This is how I think. I was as fascinated. I was there Saturday when I saw that rain coming. I'm like, oh, this is going to be the ultimate test. I can't wait for this. This is perfect. We can see what's going to happen. So I think we're going to kind of experience the shadow aspect together. And our first experience will be Saturday. But right now, I think shadows might be a thing, for those, especially the first half of the season.
So the forecast for tomorrow, today's kind of a picture-perfect day, Pat. We're looking at 80. Is tomorrow a repeat? Maybe some more clouds?
Maybe a few high clouds. Tomorrow looks great. Tomorrow will look like today. Beautiful. Yeah, I am glad that this game is not a Sunday kickoff because Sunday looks far different. That would have been kind of a bummer. Saturday looks great. So for tailgating, for the early risers, the dawn patrol, the weather looks great. It's going to be sunny pretty much all day. Not much wind. We haven't really had a chance to experience that yet. I know there was a little bit of a breeze on Saturday, but that was not the typical wind you're going to get at the stadium that crosses the lake. That wind came from a little thunder shower overhead, and that's a different wind. That wind actually came from up top, not from the side. So it was hard to gauge what the wind's going to do just yet from that. But we will not have a wind issue whatsoever, at least this first game on Saturday. It looks perfect.
Very good. We'll talk throughout the season. We'll make sure we get to break on time in regular season games. We have enough time to get through all of it. But eager to see how it looks tomorrow. And thanks for being part of Football Friday. We'll do it going forward.
All right. Take your geometry book to the game Saturday so we can figure out this sun angle stuff.
Excited for it. Thanks, Pat.
Thanks, Pat.
Bye, guys.
Pat Hammer joining us. We'll have him part of Football Fridays to give forecast for these home games and some road games as well. For those of you the travel and how it affects the actual the team on the field. Bills and Panthers, 1 o'clock tomorrow for preseason game number 1.
Although the Bills' first 4 road games are all in domes.
Nice.
They don't play an outdoor road game until November 15th.
Where's that?
New York. Or New Jersey, if you want.
Sure.
Then New England, Green Bay, Denver, Miami. So they're all away outside after the Week 10 game.
Yep. All right. Jeremy and Joe back on the other side talking about the Bills playing their starters, how much it should happen. Get you through it on a Football Friday, and a picture-perfect Football Friday at that. Ticket price go up? Probably not. Preseason football, we're back. We're so very back. Maybe it's most useful now, and maybe the reason that it's kind of adopted what it is because of fantasy football. Because as fantasy has, exploded and more people play fantasy football and get locked in, you are using the preseason to either scout, see how a guy's running, see where his usage is. Like, to give Jeremiah Love 11 carries last night, I don't know. You're probably drafting him first overall in Dynasty Leagues, but does that change much? Does it change much to see Marvin Harrison Jr. catch a pair of touchdowns? Maybe, maybe not, right? I mean, Carson Beck looked great in their first preseason game. Arizona's offense looks like, it might be competent with who knows who at quarterback.
Brissett and Minshew completed every pass they threw yesterday.
So the Raiders' defense is the worst of all time?
It could
possibly
be that. It could be that. I think it probably does more for the depth players. Right? I think it does more for the guys that I'm not sure what this player's role is going to be. Oh, the starters played 2 drives. He played every snap. Okay, that's noteworthy. Oh, this receiver lined up. The Chargers, I know this is a question. They're going to play way more 2 wide receiver sets this year, and they keep saying Trey Harris is going to be one of them. Which is the other? Is it going to be Quentin Johnston or Ladd McConkey?
Probably Ladd McConkey.
Probably Ladd McConkey. So, or is it going to be a rotation? And when they play a preseason game, that's a little thing, but you'd want to look out for that. Because if Quentin Johnston's not on the field in 2 receiver sets, then you might not want to draft Quentin Johnston in fantasy. So I think it would say more about depth players than it would about any star. Like Jeremiah Love, if you are moving him from, he's probably, what is he, a 2nd or a 3rd round pick right now in fantasy drafts. If you've got a draft this weekend and after seeing him jump over a Raiders backup in the 2nd quarter, you decide, I want to pick him 6th in the 1st round. That's probably not good process. That's reacting to the preseason and highlights of the preseason even more than just even the stats. I saw him jump over a guy and he looked good, and I'm excited about that. I want him on my team. I'm going to pick him a round earlier than he normally goes.
That probably happens with depth receivers, though, right? That's Malik Benson and, like you said, Deshaun Stribling.
Yep.
If they continue to pop off, you're going to have whatever. People are going to move them up in their drafts.
Colby Young, the 4th-round rookie for the Bengals, he had a nice 3rd and 16 conversion I saw yesterday.
Good for him.
He caught some passes.
So 1 o'clock.
He's kind of blocked. They've got some good receivers.
1 o'clock Saturday for the Bills and the Carolina Panthers. We kind of jokingly mentioned it. The thing to me that is the most interesting thing to find out in this game is what the sun does in the stadium. And I really, that's the number one thing I am most interested in, shadows. And I thought about this we talked on the show maybe yesterday, the day before, how many things I wonder, and I told you how I'm constantly thinking and wondering. I thought this when we had Jonathan Malley, the Populous lead designer, on earlier in the week. I didn't ask this exact question, but I should have asked this, which is the canopy is smallish, right? It covers 62% of the seats or whatever the number is. People kind of found out that maybe it doesn't cover as much as they thought. But is a part of the reason they did that was to minimize shadows? Because it's not a small hole over the field. It's a pretty wide one. The old stadium, of course, had no cover, so the sun's on the field at all times. You almost never got shadows on the field. I can't ever remember a shadow on the field.
No, never.
In any angle, anywhere. And the new one is going to be – there's definitely going to be shadows on the field, I think. But if that canopy is far enough back – the shadow only actually shows up when the sun goes behind the top of the stadium. So it'll be different from August to December because the sun moves in the sky south. But I'm really eager to find out.
That, I think I would agree, is number one.
Am I the only nerd that cares about the shadows on the field?
I want to know if my seat is in the shade or is it directly in.
Preseason football tomorrow for the Bills as they gear up to take on the Carolina Panthers with a 1 o'clock kickoff. Joe Brady addressed the media yesterday and gave us a little insight on what to expect.
Things can change, after today's practice, but right now, everybody that's healthy is going to be playing out there on Saturday.
For more of Brady's comments, you can find his press conference on demand at our website, WGR550.com. Also, these Bills did not practice yesterday. Cole Bishop, Connor McGovern, Maxwell Hairston, Ty Johnson, Skylar Bell, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, and Kenai Walker. Around the NFL. Preseason underway for many teams. After last night, some results. The Bengals, they beat the Lions 16-14. The Steelers beat the Packers 28-9. The Colts and Patriots tied 13-13. 3 more games tonight. In other news around the league, the Seahawks, they signed cornerback Terrion Arnold, formerly of the Lions. ESPN's Adam Schefter notes that the NFL must decide whether to put Arnold on the commissioner's exempt list regarding his February arrest in relation to a robbery and kidnapping. Speaking after last night's preseason opener, Cardinals coach Mike LaFleur said second-round guard Chase Bissanis' left knee injury was not good. Giants wide receiver Malik Neighbors, dealing with the knee injury, participated in team drills yesterday, and Panthers coach Dave Canales said Chuba Hubbard suffered a hamstring injury and is considered week to week. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Only the 4th incompletion of the night. This time, Aller's going to keep it himself, and he rolls into the end zone. Drew Aller with his first Steelers touchdown, and the Steelers have retaken the lead 13-9 pending the
preseason. We get in on the party tomorrow with the Bills and the Panthers. If the preseason was real, what did we learn last night? That Drew Aller can play. Carson Beck looked like he could play in the Hall of Fame game, so did Haynes King. And then also last night, Fernando Mendoza had a couple of nice little highlights. Marvin Harrison Jr. looked fresh.
Joe Burrow got sacked.
Yep. Mid-season
First play.
Mid-season form.
Yeah.
That was the first play that happened.
He was under center a lot. Cincinnati did beat Detroit 16-14.
Oh, well, big for them.
Yeah. Pittsburgh had a passing game. How about that? That's wild. Chargers blew out Houston. Guess their defense is not good anymore. It's over for them.
Trey Lance threw a horrible interception.
Here's how valuable the preseason is and how massively important it is. I just found out now that the Colts and the Patriots tied.
I did not know that, and that's not because they didn't play the game because the turf didn't get installed.
No,
in time?
They played to a tie. Yep.
I would love to see. It was it was New England. Who again yesterday?
The Colts.
The Colts.
13-13.
Like the play-by-play. What happened on the final drive?
Right. They didn't have overtime. Right.
No. The Patriots missed a field goal at the end of the game from 56 yards, and that's just it.
Okay. So, after they kicked a 61-yard field goal to tie it with a minute 16 to go, then New England drove down the field had a 49-yard field goal attempt with 13 seconds to go and missed before, the end of the game.
Yep.
Didn't the Bills have was there a Dick Geron moment, or was it somebody else where they...
There indeed was a moment in a Bills preseason game where...
At the end?
They were in like a 2-minute drill.
Yeah.
And they just decided, it's fine.
Yeah, they just, ran the clock out?
It was Kids Day. And they just, ran the clock out and went home.
Was that Geron?
I think it was Geron. Definitely Lions. Late Lions.
Okay, I got to find that story. I might have been there for that as a kid.
Yeah.
And, okay, let's go win the game.
How about...
You're a kid. You know what's happening.
I mean, the Colts on the previous drive to end the game. I'm looking at the final drive of the game here. Yeah. Well, whatever. Who cares, right? It was a tie. That's all I'm getting at. It was
a tie.
A missed field goal. And the Colts got it back at their own 45-yard line, Hail Mary stuff. Anyway, there was a tie in the preseason last night. The Super Bowl is 6 months from today.
Feels really close.
It's on Valentine's Day.
Let me ask you this. Have you ever thought about not planning something ahead of time or planning something because of the Super Bowl?
And the Bills?
Yeah. My wife's looking at vacation ideas for next year right now, and she brought up the idea of the week after, not the week of, the week after the Super Bowl.
And you thought about the parade?
I said that came to my mind immediately and thought okay, well, we're canceling if they win. If they were to win the Super Bowl, we are canceling that trip, are we not?
I have definitely thought about that. Yes. Well, we can't make plans in January. The Bills might host some playoff games.
Right, but do you ever extend that out to February 20th because that's the week there might be a parade?
Yeah, I have.
Even if it's less than 10% chance.
Yeah, have thought about it. Have thought we're going to want to make sure we don't leave until the week after that.
Because you got to be around for the parade. If there was one.
Yeah.
Right? You don't want a parade to be I'm flying out to, sure, somewhere spectacular, but still.
Speaking of which.
You want to be here.
The schedule's tough. The coach is a first-year coach. There are reasons to think that this is not the year to get the 1 seed. But of all the things that could be different, why shouldn't we just go into the season saying, let's go get the 1 seed? Go get the 1 seed, Bills. Come on. Why not? Why? The AFC looks like it did last year, which was kind of wide open. The Broncos got it.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no the era of the big bad Chiefs as being inevitable. That era of them being inevitable appears to be at least on hiatus.
Mm-hmm.
Could they get back there? Sure. Could they be good this year? Fine. I'm not. This is not bulletin board material. It's just going into a season. They are certainly not looked at as it's Kansas City and then the Bills and then everybody else. The AFC instead is looked at as I think about 4 or 5 teams that could be good. Bills, Patriots, Broncos, Ravens, Bengals, Chiefs, Chargers. Is that the list?
Did you say the Jags?
I didn't say the Jags, and I didn't say the Texans. I probably should. The Texans
Those are 2 teams.
Yep. Okay. They are 2 teams.
Those are 2 good teams.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, they could fit this.
But, maybe one of the identities we could get of the new stadium is that it hosts the AFC Championship game. Because I do think, all the stadium talk, it's going to maybe tomorrow is our first real look at it. And what I mean by that is I know it's a preseason game, but if it's full or full-ish and you have your first ever 3rd and 6 where the crowd wants to see, how loud can we get, maybe tomorrow at 1:30 on social media we're going to see clips and it's going to hit it got unbelievably loud for a 3rd and 6 in the first preseason game of the year.
Mm-hmm.
I think that is... I almost want to say that's likely to happen.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't want to overestimate a preseason crowd because, again, people going in might be just walking around and kind of happy to be there. But how about the 1 seed?
I don't see why it has to be any less likely than past seasons. Sure, there might feel like there are more teams right now that can contend for it, but nobody looks like a juggernaut. Nobody looks like they don't have warts. Any team you present me with as this is the team that is gonna get in the Bills' way and be better than them in the regular season, I could give you 3 reasons why they're not going to be that. I just think every AFC team has that. So pick your flavor on it. But I also just kind of want to say, like, it's just about time they do it. How was it Denver's time going into last year seen that way when they ended up being the 1 seed? How many people thought they would have done it? When Tennessee was the 1 seed with Ryan Tannehill and Derrick Henry, what a lot of people thought going into the year, they're like, oh, that's the team that's going to be in line for that. Like, how many teams in the AFC at this point have either won the AFC Championship game or been the 1 seed? The two things the Bills have not done since Allen's been great. Kansas City's done it a million times, right? Baltimore's been the 1 seed. They haven't made it, but they've been the 1 seed. Denver's been the 1 seed. Tennessee's been the 1 seed. And then Cincinnati and New England have been to the Super Bowl. Like, give me one of those things. Obviously, one is way better than the other, and one is a tool to get to the other. One less game in the playoffs to
Home
get
field.
injuries or to get upset. Home field throughout, including in the AFC Championship game. So I don't see any reason why they can't be at least as likely as anybody else. Sure, we don't know how good the defense is going to be, and sure, they have a new head coach and new defensive coordinator. There's newness all around. They might not have the best personnel on defense, but again, I could run down any other team you present me with why they would be the 1 seed, and I'll give you 3 reasons why they can't do it either. So yeah, you have the best quarterback in the league. Go be the top team in the regular season,
in the AFC,
which is the thing they have been excellent at. It's almost incredible that they've not been the 1 seed one time because they have the best record in the league over, 5 or 6 years. There's a graphic we see all the time. They have the best record, best point differential in the regular season, and yet not one time they've gone into the playoffs as the 1 seed. It's incredible that hasn't happened.
Get some calls in here. And also, a quick note, Mike Garafolo has tweeted the Bills are signing safety Wande Owens, who was with the team up until July 31st. So he was with the team in camp and now rejoins the team. He had been out with a couple of, here you go, 4 workouts with other teams since Buffalo released him on July 31st. Returned to the club that originally signed him as an undrafted free agent last year. So this, to me, would be, again, if we're looking for what does it mean, both C.J. Gardner-Johnson and Cole Bishop have been missing practice, and here they're going to add a safety to the mix, according to his agent. So Wande Owens was with the team last year, released this year in July. He's back. Doesn't have to mean it. Maybe they need a practice body.
It's my first thought.
Yeah. Ron and Alden. Hey, Ron, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. What a beautiful day, TGIF. Question. I haven't heard it talked about almost at all, and I'm sure you guys probably have, but the difference between the stadiums from last year is really the turf, the grass. I've been on the other turf when it was, the Bill Stadium across the street, and it felt kind of spongy or whatever, and I tried running on it. You could run, but you feel like you're almost walking on the moon in a way. But they say with grass, less injuries and all that. But will the team be faster or would they be slower? I mean, when it rains, it's going to be different because it's going to be muddy probably. But when it snows and icy, they have like a heater underneath, right? So it should be icy. I just want to know what the pros and cons are of grass compared to what we've been playing on for a couple of years. And one other quick question. How come during preseason quarterbacks aren't redshirted just so if they get touched and that's to blow a whistle? I've always wondered why they never really redshirted the quarterbacks in preseason just to protect them a little bit more. And I'll hang up and listen. Have a great day.
Thanks, Ron. I think they want to play football games would be my answer.
It becomes more of a scrimmage
Yeah,
when you do that.
If you're not allowed to touch any quarterback.
Yeah. And then, they're trying to sell tickets or trying to convince everybody that the face value of the ticket is worth what it says it is. And if you make it basically a fake football game at that point, which I know it already is, but you're really admitting to it when you do that, then I think a lot of that gets tougher. So, and also, I don't think I'd still want Josh Allen playing in the game if you told me they can't hit the quarterback. Just, running around. Doesn't always have to be a contact injury. He might decide to take off because of instinct, and then what?
I feel like if you take off in a red jersey, I've never thought about it.
It's too complicated.
I've never really, I don't think I've thought about it. Anyway, on the grass, like what'll be different? A lot more maintenance. you're less likely to have ACL injuries. You're more likely to have guys slip. And there are certain injuries that could be associated with slipping. And I'd seen this week when McGovern went out with a hamstring injury that it might have been Thigh Doctor on Twitter who pointed out, of course, Bill's internet injury expert, that you're more likely to suffer those kind of injuries on grass than on turf because you're not going to slip on turf. And in terms of like the speed, I don't know anybody that's ever made the case you're faster on grass.
I've never heard that.
Turf is faster. Fast players are faster on turf. You cut better on turf. The Bills field will have state-of-the-art drainage. It's heated. How muddy will it get? That's something I guess we'll have to see.
Right.
I mean, it poured on Saturday at the Blue and Red. And did the field get noticeably worse, or did it drain unbelievably well? Right. If it rains at my house, my backyard looks different than a really nice golf course does. A really nice golf course, it can rain hard, and then the range is gone. Like it drains out the proper way. So state-of-the-art, designed to drain.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a limit to how much it could drain, and you could get mud and you could get some exposed dirt. But is it also a hybrid where it's like I could probably find this out, where it's 90% grass and 10% turf? Because a lot of natural grass surfaces are a hybrid where it's kind of stitched in. They have those too that help it maintain its form. We're getting real deep into the weeds, into the grass. But
I mean, it does happen at other stadiums where it will get muddy and messy. Pittsburgh is a team that has a reputation for this. Like muddy fields, it gets chewed up. But I think one thing they deal with that will not happen here.
Their football games on Saturdays.
Yeah, they play a college football game on that field the day before often. And how much of an impact, how much of that is the reason?
Right.
Like last year, I remember there was like a thing with the PA that the Browns and Steelers, or maybe it's just the Browns, were like, this field should not have been playable, and we had to play on it. And I don't think that will happen with the Bills. That's also an older stadium, right? Does their grass that was installed, or designed 25 years ago have some of the capabilities that the Bills are going to have? Probably not.
I also feel like we should prepare ourselves, Bills fans. The stories about the stadium 400 level and the stairways and the moderately blocked seats, I'm not going to go too deep into it. Maybe you're tired of hearing about it. This is kind of my warning. You're not going to stop hearing about it, though, because if people do buy tickets on the secondary market, if people do go to the stadium for the first time, maybe you're someone that didn't go and thought like, whatever, what's the big deal? You guys will complain about anything. Then you buy a ticket in the upper deck and you're going to get to that seat and say, oh, yeah, that stairway is pretty prominently in my field of vision based on where that seat is. So you have potentially a lot of people going to their first game in the new stadium and reacting to it. So it doesn't mean it's going to be story A1 every game, but it wouldn't shock me at all if on 1 o'clock tomorrow some fans get into the upper deck for the first time and take a look, and you're going to see more social media pictures of like, oh yeah, now I see what people were talking about. More and more people are going to experience the slight blockages or the slight obstructions, and you pointed out, Joe, that you've got seats that are clearly obstructed on the secondary market. The picture they show you is not going to be obstructed.
The railing is not there. When you look on the secondary market and they show you the image, the glass staircase is not there.
On some of your seats?
No, like it just doesn't exist in the picture. It's just the seats looking down to the field.
Right. So you're going to have people that are going to buy seats not expecting it. And I talked to another buddy yesterday who got seats and had a similar story that we were told it wouldn't be an issue. So I think you have a lot of people that, again, were told it wouldn't be an issue, and they found out it has. Now, even if those people come to peace with it, if they sell a ticket online and say, yeah, I can't go to this game, the person that sits there for the first time when they looked at it online, if it's not in that rent, guess what? Like, I just think it's going to be whatever, like I said. Not story A1. Games will happen, but prepare yourself for hearing about it.
I wonder if that part of the story has any growth to it, because that would be a story that to me is not pointed at the Bills, I mean, it would be by association, but that would be at Legends, who the Bills
hired
to sell PSLs. And if that company had a lot of people that were doing that, which I had experienced, that person experienced, others we've heard have experienced, then that organization deserves a lot of criticism. If you were in charge of selling those tickets and you did that and you did it a lot, that's horrible. Just downright horrible to do it, especially if you were doing it on purpose to just get the most sales you could possible. But I think the secondary part is right. I heard a caller on the afternoon show either yesterday or the day before who bought tickets to the Bills-Bears game for like $600. That's the Sunday night game late in the season. And he did that weeks ago. And then he saw the stories from last weekend, and he checked into it or looked it up, and maybe similar to what I just referenced. Like on the secondary market, you don't see the picture of the glass staircase. That person called in and said, I bought these tickets. I did not know that was going to be there. I only just wanted to go to the one game. I would have spent $600, but I have to deal with it. I wish I could go back and do it because I was not given the clarity of, I'm going to be looking through a glass staircase here. If you just went on a site and bought them, you wouldn't know that. Mm-hmm. And that also should not be allowed, right? Like, you're offering people an image of what you are going to be looking at on the field, and you are purposely leaving out a part that would impact whether they would buy or sell that seat. All that's kind of that part of it is way more gross to me than their actual existence in the stadium. We talked with the architect the other day. What was his name again?
Jonathan Malley.
Jonathan Malley. Everything he said made total sense to me why they decided to do what they did. But the after effect of then kind of hiding from it, to me, is the gross part.
Paul in Alabama. Paul, good morning.
Hey, gentlemen. Nice to talk to y'all again. First of all, you guys are just talking about the tickets a moment ago. They don't if the folks don't like their seats, that's totally cool. Just donate them to vettix.org or something. Just figure it out, right?
Well, I mean, if a person purchases a product with the idea that it's going to be a certain thing, I don't think it's, I don't think they have to be treated like a bad guy. And I also don't think I also necessarily don't think they have to give them up. I mean,
I'm not disagreeing with that at all. I'm just saying there's other ways to sort of quell personal.
Oh, you mean the Bills would donate them?
Something. I don't know. Right. I mean, right. So you were just talking about it. So they'll figure it out.
Sure,
anyway,
sure.
Valentine's Day, 2027, Super Bowl. Yeah, great. But more importantly, that's Jim Kelly and Hunter's birthday.
Okay.
That's right.
Yeah.
The Super Bowl's on Valentine's Day this year?
Yeah. 6 months from today. Valentine's Day.
Is that that's an easy one, isn't it, for most football fans?
Sure.
If the Bills aren't in it, Super Bowl, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Men and women like the Super Bowl.
All right.
Couples like football. Yeah, sure.
And obviously the Bills were in it.
Like a Saturday night Super Bowl observed. This is where someone might say it's the perfect time to move the Super Bowl to a Saturday. I think I find that the internet memes where it's like what take has people like this and it's the guy with all the swords pointed at him. I don't want the Super Bowl on Saturday. A lot of people you get to it and say, why not have it a Saturday so the whole world can be off on Sunday? And I don't want that. I actually don't want a Saturday Super Bowl. I like Super Bowl Sunday. Everybody goes to work and talks about it the next day. It's not on that late. It's like, 6:15, 6:40? It's not a Monday night football game.
I'm
good. I like the Super Bowl on a Sunday.
I'm okay with that. I've been on the Saturday train for a while. But I think that it running up against President's Day is a pretty good meet in the middle.
Okay.
Not everybody has off on President's Day. Maybe, though, if you had the Super Bowl on the Sunday before President's Day every year, maybe more people would give you off on President's Day, which is a federal holiday, right? Should be.
Yeah. So kickoff 1 o'clock tomorrow. Joe Kelly, you got some pregame coverage. You're on at 9 a.m.
9 a.m., 9 to 1.
Very good.
Yeah, we'll have some fun.
All the coverage you need right here on WGR. Pregame begins at 9 a.m. with Mr. Joe Kelly and takes you right up to the start of the game. So, you wake up on Saturday morning, you're heading down, pop us on. We got pregame for you, as expected. And postgame, all that good stuff. Jeremy and Joe, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. It's not a number anymore. I did it again. I'm not supposed to say that number. It's not
Fine,
a number.
$10.
It's not a number. It's Friday. It doesn't count. Friday. I'm just vibing.
That's a technicality now.
Doesn't count if it's before 7 a.m. and it also doesn't count on Fridays or Mondays.
So Mondays through Thursday.
No, it
Monday
doesn't
through Thursday.
Doesn't count on Mondays either.
Tuesday,
Wednesday, Thursday.
The only day the fines are applicable.
No, this is no.
I'll figure out a reason why those days don't count either. Anyway, give us a ring. Talk to us about anything here on WGR.
Football back tomorrow for the Bills, at least preseason football, as they gear up to take on the Carolina Panthers with a 1 o'clock kickoff. Joe Brady addressed the media yesterday, gave a little insight on what to expect.
Things can change, after today's practice, but right now, everybody that's healthy is going to be playing out there on Saturday.
For more of Brady's comments, you can find his press conference on demand at our website, WGR550.com. Also, these Bills did not practice yesterday due to injury. Cole Bishop, Connor McGovern, Max Hairston, Ty Johnson, Skylar Bell, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, and Kenai Walker. Per NFL Network's Mike Garafolo, this morning, the Bills, they're re-signing safety Wande Owens. Owens had 4 workouts with other teams since Buffalo released him on July 31st. Around the NFL, preseason underway for many teams. Some results from last night. The Chargers, they beat the Texans 27-7. The Cardinals beat the Raiders 27-14. The Titans, they beat the 49ers 19-13. 3 more games tonight. In other news around the league, speaking after Thursday's opener, Cardinals coach Mike LaFleur said second-round guard Chase Bissanis' left knee injury was not good. Seahawks, they signed cornerback Terrion Arnold, formerly of the Lions. ESPN's Adam Schefter notes that the NFL must decide whether to put Arnold on the commissioner's exempt list regarding his February arrest in relation to a robbery and kidnapping. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reports that the Packers tight end Tucker Kraft, dealing with the knee injury, is on track to play in Week 1 against the Vikings. And Panthers coach Dave Canales said Chuba Hubbard suffered a hamstring injury and is considered week to week. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
I mean, Joe Kelly playing the Pat McAfee album is a choice.
Yikes.
Yeah. Anyway. You see Brad's Twitter poll from yesterday? Brad Ryder in the midday here on Before Show with the Bulldog. He posted a Twitter poll. If Buffalo could keep one and the other were to vanish immediately, which would you choose? And the choices were Josh Allen or chicken wings.
I would keep Josh Allen.
And vanish chicken wings off the face of the earth.
I mean, the chicken wing sacrifice is, like a 30 to 50 to 70, whoever, depends how old you are, year sacrifice. Allen will be a Bill for like 10 more years.
Probably tops. I mean, unless he plays until 43.
Do I want 10 years of Josh Allen or do I want 50 years of chicken wings? Do I get chicken wings still? They're just not as good. Like
No,
they're like as good as they are in other cities.
I listened to Brad, and when talking about this, he said you can interpret it how you wanted. The way he was interpreting it was they would just cease to exist.
Oh, just off the face of the earth.
I think as a food item. I think chickens, in theory, would still have wings, but the version that you would eat, they would not.
I mean, do they really need wings? 'Cause it's not like they fly anyway.
I guess this is one of the questions that I ask. Would you give up chicken wings for the rest of your life to keep Josh Allen? I've asked you if you'd drive with the window down for the rest of your life for the Bills to win a Super Bowl.
Correct.
And
which I think I said I would do.
Would you agree to put a fitted sheet on a bed every time you have to go to bed for the rest of your life for a Super Bowl? Which I would not do that one.
That one was less likely than the windows for me, but I still would.
So would I give up chicken wings for the rest of my life to keep Josh Allen for 10 more years? Yes. Versus he goes away and I just keep the wings? Yeah, I would give up the wings. I would. Did it be easy? I think it'd be easy. Finding
easy for me. Yes.
Finding another food to eat in that spot is good. Finding another quarterback to be close to as good is much more difficult.
That's true.
Scarcity. It's a scarcity point. Can I still eat?
It could take me 20 years to find another good quarterback.
Whereas
it did take 25 years for them to find a good quarterback after Kelly.
Right.
It could also take 1 year. I mean,
it could.
He vanishes today. The Bills are probably winning 3 games this year, and then I'm picking a quarterback. So that could work, but I don't want to play in that. I don't want to play in that ball pit yet.
Here's a good way to think of it too. I think like you're going out to watch a Bills game. They're on the road in Houston, right? You go to your local establishment. What hits you harder? We're actually out of wings, or Josh is unavailable today. Like Josh is unavailable is way worse.
Right, I'll get tenders.
Exactly.
You know,
I'll get tenders.
I'll get a burger.
I'll get a beef on weck. I'll order a wood-fired pizza. I'll make it through.
I'll figure it out.
But if Josh is out, we might as well go home.
How are the nachos? How are the nachos here?
Right.
Yeah.
The masses did line up behind it and say if you had to choose one, like Josh stays. Like 2 to 1 basically was the ratio.
That's not even like would you trade chicken wings for
a Super Bowl? It's just to keep the quarterback.
It's to keep the quarterback with the hope that they will
Aliens
win a Super
come
Bowl.
down and their offer is, you want to keep this guy? We need to take wings back to our planet. And you're like, take them.
Take the wings.
You can have them.
Yeah.
That's a deal.
Yeah, I think we're in line on we're all in agreement on this.
Scott in Rochester. Hey, Scott.
Hey guys, good morning. So book the Bills to make the Super Bowl this year because I stupidly and annoyingly greenlit my wife a travel trip. So we're driving to Toronto and flying to Puerto Rico on February 14th. So, I mean, all my friends would be like, what is wrong with you? Like, this absolutely means the Bills are making the Super Bowl with my luck. So, count on it this year. Bills in the Super Bowl.
What time?
That is Super Bowl Sunday.
Yeah. What time's the flight? What time's the flight?
Yeah, it's funny. I looked at this. So the flight's at 11. We get to Puerto Rico at 2:30. So in theory, I should be okay. But if they win that game, I got to come back for the parade. There's no way I'm going to miss the parade.
Yeah, that might be right.
You're in Puerto Rico to watch the Super Bowl.
Yeah, it's not ideal. And, I didn't even think about it. I'm like, there's no way the NFL's having the Super Bowl this late this year. And sure enough, I look at the calendar, February 14th, 2020. I'm like, oh, my God, how could I do this?
Would you you could say you would do that? Would people actually leave the island they're on to come back to Buffalo if they won the game?
Okay, that depends. Puerto Rico's not that bad of a trip.
No, you could direct from Toronto, probably, right?
Well, sure. It's
probably 3 hours.
About 3.5 hour flight, maybe, Toronto.
Yeah.
I mean, it might be expensive to come back, but it's on the list of, hey, I'm on an island and the Bills won the Super Bowl and I want to get back for the parade. Like Hawaii, that's a much bigger travel commitment. But Puerto Rico, you can come back from Puerto Rico.
Well, also, how long after a game is the parade typically? It's not the next day.
Like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday neighborhood? Maybe Thursday?
It's like a week later, isn't it?
It's usually during the week.
All right. Because I'm thinking if it's like the next weekend, you could get a few days in, have a good time there, then fly back a couple days early.
Mm-hmm.
I just wouldn't want to be there for the game. Not to say I wouldn't enjoy it. And there would probably be other people watching the Super Bowl on whatever resort I'm on. But I want to be surrounded by Bills fans, right? And I'm imagining there won't be many Bills fans there with you when the game is happening. That's why I'd want to not.
Hang on, I'm looking up for the Puerto Rico Bills backer bar. Is there a Bills backer bar in San Juan, Puerto Rico? Patrick's Irish Bar, 1157 Ashford Avenue. Yeah.
Okay.
Traveling Bills Mafia regularly congregates for games there. There you go. I think you got something. It's the Super Bowl. People will get together and watch it. You find enough.
Yeah. I would want to be here in snowy, cold February Buffalo. If they're in the game.
It's a Friday and the preseason starts tomorrow. Are you even confident? Let's say you are in town, not just you, but everybody out there. Are you even confident you know where you would watch this game? Is it definitely at your house? Is it definitely in so-and-so's basement? Is it where's there a viewing party? The World Cup just happened, and there's watch parties everywhere.
Right.
I tell the story all the time. In 2010, I'm in the Netherlands when the Netherlands are playing for the World Cup. And I went to a square with 80,000 people to watch it. Do I feel like I would do that if there's a watch party? Right? The Sabres had watch parties all over the place. Would you go to where there's 10,000 people and watch it outside, or would you want to watch it at home?
I think I would want...
I don't know the answer to this. I got 6 months to figure it out.
Right.
And they've got to, of course, get there.
I mean, this is how the Sabre games were in the playoffs. I think I would want to be among people. I'd want to be maybe not the biggest viewing party, but I'd want to be at some sort of viewing party. I mean, like we did that for Game 1 against the Bruins.
It was great,
and it was awesome. And that wasn't 1,000 people. It was a couple hundred maybe. Good amount of people.
And we did it for Game 3 with the Bruins too, which was draft night.
Right. Both great times.
Yep.
Like that's I'm gonna want that to some degree. I don't need to be in the street, with a giant projector screen surrounded by 10,000 people, but I'd want to be at a watch party.
Rick in L.A. Hey, Rick. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. I'm calling from Los Angeles. I hear you guys got a new stadium. I've looked at photos of it, renderings. I'm a bit disappointed. I don't want to be a negative Nancy, but the renderings have color-coded end zones or like blue end zones, but it's a grass field. You can't really fill in the whole end zone. So it's just
sure you can. Why not? Sure you can.
You can definitely paint the whole end zone.
Yeah, every
Are
team's
they
do it all
going
the
to do
time.
that, though?
I don't know. I'm waiting to find out. I mean, we might find they paint colors on it tomorrow, or they might wait until the regular season opener to reveal what the end zones are going to be.
I mean, I've done the AI questions, and it's saying, no, they're not going to do it. It's a grass field. Most grass fields in the NFL don't color code the end zone and fill in the colors. They're just going to do it.
You mean like they put it on grass? They paint the name. It's not a full.
Yeah, that's terrible and ugly. I mean,
I don't think that's
the
true.
red end zones in Buffalo. It's going to be green with filled in colored letters. That's so ugly.
I mean, maybe not. I don't think it's just a universal rule that you never paint the full end zone, but could you be – is that right?
There are 16 teams in the NFL that have
full grass fields.
That have full grass fields. And, like, the first team that I'm pulling up here, just because it's in alphabetical order, is the Arizona Cardinals. They are green.
Okay.
But – like for the rivalry series, they paint the grass red and yellow like the state flag, as vibrant a combo of colors and design as you've ever seen in an end zone, and that was on grass.
Baltimore,
and it looks awesome.
Baltimore Stadium is grass, and their end zone is fully painted. Purple, black. They
Chicago is fully blue. Yeah. That is not true.
It's not a real thing that they don't paint full end zones. Now, they might decide not to.
Like, there might be a couple of teams, right, that decide not to, but it definitely is not. And it looks fine. It looks just as good as I would say it looks on turf. And I would expect the Bills to have colored end zones.
You know what? That's going to be a Twitter poll. We're going to do it.
I mean, I would bet so heavily they will just have blue end zones. They're going to have blue end zones. They'll leave some space for fans to be pleasantly surprised and they are red, or maybe even some chance that they stay the natural grass color with the lettering inside, but I would if you made me bet, I would bet they're going to be blue.
Okay.
They've been blue for how long? They've been blue for 30 years.
Red would be great. I think I would prefer red, but whatever. I am with Rick, though. If it's just grass with the name, that'll be disappointing. I want the full color. I want the whole thing. Maybe
I agree with that.
Maybe we find out tomorrow. Maybe they wait until the regular season opener. 803-0550 tomorrow, 1 o'clock. It'll be Carolina, and Joe Kelly kicks off our pregame coverage at 9 o'clock tomorrow here on WGR. Be caller number 3 to 2214-WGR to win tickets. You and your friends can go to the Country Rising Festival at Outer Harbor Terminal B. Friday, August 28th, featuring Big X, The Plug, Red Farron, and more. Be part of the biggest country moment coming to Buffalo. That's caller 3 to 2214-WGR. When's McAfee touring? Is he coming through?
That'll be next year.
Yeah.
The 2008 preseason finale, Kids Day, Bills-Lions at the stadium. Dick Duran is the head coach. They're down 8. They get the Bills get the ball with 2:31 to go. Down 8. First and 10. First and 10 at the 43-yard line, by the way.
Good field position.
Right.
So
You're almost
down
in midfield.
8, ending the preseason Kids Day. Let's give these kids a memory.
Yeah. Run. 12 men on the field, 5-yard penalty. Run. End of game.
How'd they get the 12 men on the field?
I don't know. They only made it to the Detroit 41 in all those runs, by the way.
How do you get 12 men on the field running out the clock? Did a receiver run on the field and they're like, no, we don't need you.
Right.
What are you doing? 12 men on the field. 12 men in the huddle.
Right. Hey, guys, we're just winding the clock out to end the game.
Just down 8.
Penalty.
At home, Kids Day. Good field position. Not your own 7.
Right.
Midfield.
The 43.
Should we try and score? Could we try and do something? Like, no way.
They just really didn't want overtime, I guess.
Great moments in preseason football.
EJ shushing the Browns crowd.
That's a good one.
Always a great one.
That's a good one.
He was the third string quarterback, I believe, by that point.
Christian Wade, his couple of plays. He had 2, right?
He had 2. The touchdown was the one that got most of the clicks.
That was here.
He had a 60-yard screen pass where he made 4 guys miss.
That was against Carolina.
Yeah, that's right.
Revenge for them today. Or tomorrow, rather.
That guy, I remember watching him move and thinking, like, I know he will never play in the league, but if he grew up playing football, he would have been awesome. They couldn't tackle him on those 2 plays. And only those 2 plays.
Speaking of tomorrow, so Joe Kelly's got pregame coverage starting at 9. But at 8 o'clock, Tee to Green's on. So that'll be Brian Koziel and Jeff Meadis. They're doing 2 hours from Gowanda. And effectively, they're going to kind of do Bills pregame from 8 to 9. So if you are, heading out to the game or looking for something to listen to, Tee to Green starts at 7, goes straight to 9. That's when Joe Kelly takes over. So we got lots and lots of pregame coverage for you as we gear up for Game 1 of the preseason for the Bills. Patriots played yesterday. They played to a tie. Other games, what do we got tonight? Tonight,
3 games.
Denver, Atlanta, Tampa and the Jets, Miami, and Washington. Those are your 3 games.
Who's playing quarterback for Atlanta? We're just getting Jack Strand the whole game, maybe.
Is that a real person?
He's been at times the only quarterback they've had healthy.
Yeah, because Tua and Penix are both hurt.
Yeah.
Cooper Rush is listed as their 3rd quarterback.
Oh, they did sign him. Yeah. Who else plays?
Tampa and the Jets.
No one interesting there.
Miami and Washington. Miami has a couple interesting things to watch. Like, what'll Malik Willis look like? He might be good. And there's this receiver that they're raving about at Dolphins camp. Which one is it? What's his name?
Jacoby Lane.
No.
Ravens camp?
No, Dolphins camp.
Kevin Coleman?
No, there's another one.
Caleb Douglas?
That's the one.
Yeah. They drafted 3 receivers in the middle rounds.
You can do that? Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
Football is back tomorrow for the Bills, at least preseason football, as they gear up to take on the Carolina Panthers with a 1 o'clock kickoff. Joe Brady addressed the media yesterday and gave a little insight on what to expect.
Things can change, after today's practice, but right now, everybody that's healthy is going to be playing out there on Saturday.
For more Brady's comments, you can find his entire press conference on demand at our website, WGR550.com. Also, these Bills did not practice yesterday. Cole Bishop, Connor McGovern, Maxwell Hairston, Ty Johnson, Skylar Bell, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, and Kenai Walker. Per NFL Network's Mike Garafolo this morning, the Bills, they re-signed safety Wande Owens. Owens had 4 workouts with other teams since Buffalo released him on July 31st. Around the NFL, preseason underway for many teams. Some results from last night. Bengals, they beat the Lions 16-14. Steelers beat the Packers 28-9. And the Colts and Patriots tied 13-13. 3 more games tonight. In other news around the league, NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reports that Packers tight end Tucker Kraft, dealing with a knee injury, is on track to play in Week 1 against the Vikings. Panthers coach Dave Canales said Chuba Hubbard suffered a hamstring injury and is considered week to week. And the Seahawks, they signed cornerback Terrion Arnold, formerly of the Lions. ESPN's Adam Schefter notes that the NFL must decide whether to put Arnold on the commissioner's exempt list regarding his February arrest in relation to a robbery and kidnapping. Arnold reportedly has 8 pending felony charges. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
It's Jeremy White and Joe DiBiase.
I think the plan is for guys to play and get a taste of this game. As far as I'm concerned, guys are going to go play. To be determined a little bit on how much, but it's going to be exciting for guys to get out there and just kind of let it rip.
I'd love to play. I couldn't tell you how long or how many drives or what's the case there. But to get out there and get a good feeling and a good sense of the game and get a good sense of the guys around me, I feel like that's important.
Things can change, after today's practice, but right now, everybody that's healthy is going to be playing out there on Saturday.
We are back! We are back!
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on Western New York Sports Giant, WGR.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to the preseason. Couple games today. Bills get to it tomorrow, 1 o'clock against the Carolina Panthers. Our pregame coverage starts at 9, but we've got Tee to Green on at 7. So, we'll be on. Brian Koziel, Jeff Meadis talking some Bills maybe along the way, too, and some golf. It is football season. Had some games on last night. When was your daughter born, Joe?
April 27th.
April, okay. So this is your first football season with baby.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Trying to think back, like it's a little. When I think of my kids growing up during football seasons, they're young enough, and you're watching games at night, and you're not screaming to not wake the baby.
Yep.
Then they get old enough where they can be like near you in the room, and like my daughter Dylan, she used to get really upset if I screamed for a touchdown.
Uh-huh.
She'd get really upset by that, scare her. There's the time we're watching the game out back, and I don't know, the Bills must have done something. I jump up, and when I land and take one step back, I trip over a child.
Yeah.
It's just, you got a little more awareness now, There's a lot of sensitive ears. If you're swearing at a player or an official, or for me, Gene Steratore,
She should be a little bit accustomed to it already, given that she was born during the Stanley Cup playoffs.
There you go. Sabres playoffs, yeah.
So, already experienced that a little bit. So, there should be some of that. She's still, she's little enough where I've not thought about not swearing around her yet.
I haven't thought about it either, and they're 5-2, 5-2, and I have not thought about it.
It's going fine? Or is it?
I mean,
have there been instances of...
yes. Oh, yes.
Okay.
There are instances, and, sometimes the child will deliver a word that they shouldn't. We'll say, like, that's a... That, I mean, I don't know what you all out there do. We just say, like, it's a word for grown-ups. That's a grown-up word.
While you're trying not to laugh.
Right, because sometimes the delivery is so good.
Right.
Like, it's used so perfectly, and you're just like, that's not a word you say.
Right.
You're like, that is exactly how you should use it, though.
Right.
Like,
when you do use it someday, that's how you do it.
You nailed it.
That's how it's done.
Yeah, anyway. We're going to remember some Panthers in a minute here. Quickly, though, on the Sabres, the theme nights are out.
Mm-hmm.
We got to get our ticket draft together at some point.
I've got a board.
You got a big board?
I've got a big board. Do you have that yet?
No, but
I've got a list of games that are in order.
All right. The short list is opener, disco night. That's one of the theme nights.
That is not my number 2, if that's what you're asking.
No, but disco night's
cool,
it's
though.
Friday night, Thanksgiving weekend.
Yep.
Penguins are in town. There's a good giveaway. Where's the other good giveaway?
There was a Darlene bobblehead.
Yeah, that's one. I was looking more at Sabretooth socks. You know,
there's a team flag fan appreciation night. The final.
Like
final home game of the
I'm
season.
gonna be the top of my Sabres draft board is all gonna be 1:00 kids games if possible. I just want the kids games. Then they have the kids takeover and they have mascot madness. Those are 2 of the ones that they've got on here. I have grown to love the kid games. Yeah, March 6th, the Rangers kids takeover. That's where you're going to be at the game, and a 9-year-old is going to be screaming the goal announcements into a microphone, and it's both horrible and awesome. Like, I love those games. I think they're so fun. There's so much energy. So, yeah, top of my list is usually that. We've got the full list of games for theme nights. Oktoberfest is a good one, including a Sabres Stein.
Yeah.
And the Stein, if you click on the commemorative beer Stein, I mean, it looks pretty good. So,
yeah. Also, you get the Thanksgiving Eve game, Sabres Salt and Pepper Shakers this year.
Will they be
no gravy boat, no butter dish?
Will they be identical, or will they be, one logo and another logo? Will they be a matching set?
Do you go the blue and gold logo on the salt and the black and red logo on the pepper?
Those would look like they don't match. And don't salt and pepper shakers have to match?
But they
don't match.
They are going to, potentially rumored the blue and white goat head. So maybe they put the lighter, like reverse retro goat head on one and then the regular logo on the other.
There you go. There you go. You go blue and gold goat head on the salt, and you go black and red.
I still don't think it matches all that well.
On the pepper.
What's the perfect?
We all know at this point it means the same thing. Like, I know it doesn't look like it matches, but it means the same thing. It means the Buffalo Sabres.
All right.
We all know what it is when we look at it.
Sabres, I'm going to go ahead and give you this idea right now. I don't know if you've designed the salt and pepper shakers, but I have the answer. The salt is just the S with the sword through it.
Oh,
right?
Yes, okay.
And the pepper is the B with the sword through it, but you take out the bottom, and it's a P. S and P, salt and pepper with swords. Like, that's what they should look like.
Honestly, that's pretty good.
That's what they should look like.
They're not letters they already do that with, though.
They do with the S. You can find an S.
Yeah, that they use?
I don't know that they've ever used it. I've seen it. Well, maybe it's on a shirt. I've seen it.
Okay.
You can do that with the S.
I don't hate it. I like that.
See, though, if I don't need the letters if I'm going like
how do you know which is which?
Because if I get a white salt shaker that has the blue and gold logo on it and a black pepper shaker that has the black and red logo on it, I know which is salt and which is pepper.
We don't do Jersey crossovers in our house.
But if you're getting the full set for like a Thanksgiving dinner, you're putting the butter dish, all of that out. It has blue and gold on it, does it not?
Yes,
that's a good point.
You can't just throw a goat head in there.
Yeah, I don't want that.
Nothing's had a goat head on it yet. That they've given on Thanksgiving
Eve.
Not sure.
Good question. So there's theme nights, there's family 4-pack nights. All right, what else? Home opener, everyone gets a banner. Oktoberfest has a beer stein. Hockey Fights Cancer Night includes a scarf on November 6th. The Tampa game, Wednesday, November 11th, is Military Appreciation Night. Thanksgiving Eve, Sabre Salt and Pepper Shakers. Disco Night is Pittsburgh, the 27th. Native American Heritage Night against Edmonton in December. Also in December, Home for the Holidays, a mystery player pin, holiday-themed programming throughout the arena, and a special gift for those in attendance, a collectible pin featuring one of 3 Mystery Sabres players. Mental Health Awareness Night on January 12th. Hall of Fame Night, that's Vanek and Pominville on January 14th. That's a high-profile ticket, I'd imagine.
Yep.
Get to that one. It's a Thursday. It's Colorado.
They picked a tough opponent for that game.
They did. Girls and Women in Sports Night, February 3rd. Black History Celebration, February 18th. March 2nd is Rasmus Dahlin bobblehead. Yep. All fans in attendance. Not
Nice.
first 5,000. Kids Takeover, March 6th. Pride Night, March 9th. Mascot Madness, March 20th. And Fan Appreciation Night, April 10th. With a team flag as the giveaway.
That game, I think I would not rank that highly because What happened last year? The game didn't really mean anything, right?
Mm-hmm.
Against Dallas. Their last regular season, like guys didn't even play.
Yeah.
Although on the flip end, you would hope this doesn't happen because you'd hope they'd be in already, but that game like being for the division or for to make the playoffs.
Seeding, something. It could matter. It definitely could.
Yeah, it could.
So there's your Sabres themes of the season.
Did you see on the What Chaos podcast, they were talking about the banner raising, and they said though that kind of division winning banner just goes up in the night, and that would be the most Sabres thing ever to celebrate that.
I
no.
hate that take.
Me too.
Hate that take.
Ridiculous.
Listen, in hockey, it's not like football where you beat 4 teams.
Right.
Sorry, you beat 3 teams and you get a division title. In hockey, there are only 4 divisions.
Across, by the way, 17 games. This is you were better than 7 other teams in 82 games.
And not only that, in the NFL, you go 0-6 in your division and you can win it.
Yeah.
Which, of course, is ridiculous that can happen. It's never happened.
And also, it's like not fully just celebrating the division championship. It's celebrating the season that you just had. It's not like you are a team that has been, like if the Bills were going to raise a division championship banner for the 6th year in a row, I might understand like, oh, we're celebrating another division banner, but they had a 15-year playoff drought. Like, it's the season that you are celebrating. It might say Atlantic Division Championship, but the season is why you're doing it.
Just to be clear, the take is you are allowed to hang the banner, but people aren't allowed to watch it happen.
Yeah, the
this
words
is
were,
the take.
That's the thing you hang in the night.
Okay,
I believe.
Okay, we're working too hard for the takes here, folks. I don't mind that you have the banner. I don't want anyone to see it going up.
That's an August hockey podcast take right there. If I've ever heard one.
That's right. That's right.
I mean, I
that reminds me
understand.
when Mike Modano said that you shouldn't fist bump your teammates after a goal. Act like you've been there before. I was like, literally every goal I've ever seen, that happens.
Right.
Whatever. Anyway, what else was I going to say?
I mean, the only person that I think you'll hear a take like that from, where I'd say like, all right, whatever, would be, and like just let it go. It'd be like if there was like a Montreal fan that was like, oh, we don't raise division banners. Like, congrats on your 20 Stanley Cups before color television was invented.
And also when you were gifted the 2 best players from your province in the draft.
Forgot about that.
Yeah, that existed too.
But like that, like, okay, all right, fine. I understand that because you've got 24 cup banners. Or if you're Edmonton, you got however many up there.
I'm going to show the
chat.
But
how many teams in the league don't raise division banners? 3?
Is it really 3 that don't?
I'm just guessing. Like Montreal doesn't probably. Does Detroit? Doesn't every other team in the league probably raise division championship banners?
I would think so. The Sabres used that S in 1996, 97, 98, 99. S with a sword through it.
It was a long time ago.
Yeah, but they did use it.
So it looks like a backwards Z.
It kind of does. That's like the skate font. Anyway.
Is that the S you want?
I mean, I'm just saying if you want to go salt, like put that on there. That's salt. And then the pepper, all you got to do, someone could Photoshop this real easy. Just take the bottom of the B off, and you've got a P for pepper.
Just the bottom right of it.
Yeah, just take the bottom. Bang. It's a P.
What if they put like a Sabre player's face on the salt?
Now we're talking. Now we're talking. Like, did a Sabre play that had gray hair, and then they can be the salt, and then Michael Pekka will be the pepper, or dark hair. And then there's salt and Pekka. Come on. Look at these ideas are just flowing.
Time to name some
I'm
Panthers.
hot.
I was thinking you might go someone that's on the team right now that had
right?
like jet black hair or something. But
salt and Ukko-Pekka.
Okay.
Like I said, I'm hot. It's Friday.
Just throwing ideas at the wall, seeing what sticks.
Whatever works. 803-0550. You guys want to remember some Panthers?
I'm in.
Hit the music, and we do this on Fridays during the season.
Deshaun Foster.
Kick
things off there. They've had a lot of running backs that are like good but not great.
Jonathan Stewart.
That's a good one for
Tim
this.
Biakabatuka.
Not a name I had ready to
You
go.
don't know Tim Biakabatuka?
I do not. I have D'Angelo Williams.
All right.
He was great.
Remembering some Panthers.
Good. Not great. Muhsin Muhammad.
Yes. Steve Smith.
Excellent.
Robbie Anderson.
Yep.
Mike Tolbert.
Love it. Former Bill.
Did not enjoy his time on the Bills.
No.
Not at all.
Kelvin Benjamin?
Yes.
Kelvin Benjamin. Good.
I mean, we could do just the Bills-Panthers crossovers. There's a lot of those.
Let me find that for you. I mean, there were a lot of them.
But-
Star Latulele.
EJ Gaines.
Yeah.
How many of those guys were actually good or important? Latulele was the highest paid player on the team for like 4 years.
Feels like there's a bunch of linebackers. Frank Reich. Sam Mills.
Yep.
Daryl Johnson.
The chat coming through with a couple here. Other Panthers receivers. I want to say
Ricky
like
Prohl.
Okay, there's one. Who else here? Who did P.J. Walker throw that touchdown pass to? Was that
DJ
a
Moore.
DJ Moore
That
one?
was DJ Moore.
Yeah, DJ
Oh,
Moore.
yeah.
Remember
Then DJ Moore ripped his helmet off, threw it, and got a penalty, and they missed the extra point and lost the game.
Yeah. You should ask him about that. Rodney
For
Peete.
what reason?
I don't know. Wesley Walls.
Bills crossover. There is another receiver, a recent receiver.
Ray McLeod.
Yes, but a more high-profile player than that, who caught 185 passes in Carolina.
Oh.
He already said Kelvin Benjamin.
It's not him.
Curtis Samuel.
Curtis Samuel. That's right.
Shaq Thompson.
Shaq Thompson.
Good.
Forgot about him.
Pete Metzlars and Don Beebe apparently played for the Panthers.
Yep.
Travaris Cadet is a running back that played for both the Bills and the Panthers. How about...
Oh, Stephon Gilmore.
He played for Carolina?
I believe so.
For a year,
yeah,
he
for
did.
like a year.
Wow, okay.
Josh Norman.
Yes. It's a good one.
He was way better in Carolina.
Yep.
Like, he was the best corner in football for a minute, arguably. How about Jeff Handgartner?
Yes.
Who started at
How
center
about
for the
Jeff
Bills?
Handgartner?
A.J. Klein is one of those linebackers I just saw that you probably want for crossover.
Mario Addison.
There you go.
He was paid pretty well.
He was.
He's one of the defensive ends that's on the field during 13 seconds.
Is he?
I think. When they were rushing for when a
You know,
pass was going to be thrown in
there's
half
a
second.
joke to be made about, you know how the Browns have that quarterback jersey with all the names on it?
Yes.
The Bills should have that jersey with defensive ends. Every defensive end they ever bring in to try and be the guy. It's a lot of names.
Mario Addison would be on that list.
He would be on the list.
Trent Murphy would be on that list.
He would be on the list.
Vaughn.
Wasn't there a guy from Washington they brought in?
I think that was
That's Trent Murphy. That's Trent Murphy. That's right. A.J. Epinesa.
Boogie
Greg
Basham.
Rousseau, Bradley Chubb. Boogie Basham.
Boogie Basham. Jerry Hughes was the first one, and he might have been the best.
Yeah.
He's the one they inherited. Have they ever really been improved on that as a straight pass rusher?
Leonard Floyd.
That was for 1 year. Yeah. Daquan Jones, crossover here.
Carolina.
Ross Cockrell for both. Dwan Edwards. We're getting deep into the...
Brady Bean McDermott, I guess.
Didn't have Jarris Bird in Carolina, but apparently he made a pit stop there.
Okay. More remember some Carolina Panthers. Chris Manhertz comes from John Scott. And
Canisius.
Yeah. Kerry Collins. Who's Kerry?
Kerry Collins.
Who was Kerry Collins throwing the ball to? Greg Olson, right?
No, he's before that, isn't
okay,
he?
he probably is before that.
When is Kerry Collins on the Panthers?
1995.
Oh yeah, Greg Olson's like 2018.
Yeah, all right. Then who the hell is he throwing the ball to?
Not Greg. Greg Olson was not even in college yet.
Is he throwing the ball
making
to
mixtapes at Miami?
Boy, like
yeah, you're right. 95 to 98. Who's he throwing the ball to? Mark Carrier?
No.
Not a name I'm familiar with.
No.
Is it Carrier?
Probably.
That's the expansion Panthers. The following year, Wesley Walls led them in catches.
Yeah.
I mean, they had a tough start to their franchise, it looks like, with pass catchers. Ray Caruth?
How about Christian McCaffrey?
Oh, yeah, there you go.
It took us way too long to get to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he was excellent. Cam
Newton.
Steve Smith, did we say him yet?
No,
Sam,
I don't think so.
Super Bowl champion Sam Darnold.
Jake Delhomme.
Teddy Bridgewater.
Super Bowl appearance, Jake Delhomme.
Baker Mayfield for a moment.
They had a team with Baker Mayfield and Sam Darnold on it.
They did.
And didn't keep
here's a
either
Bills
one.
crossover. Raheem Blackshear.
Oh, yes, Raheem. I remember him.
That is one of those preseason heroes.
Here is this another crossover? Ready for this one? Another receiver that they signed that I believe filled the quota of the Bills always have to add a second-round receiver for a 5-minute period.
Oh, wait a
He
minute.
never dressed, but he was definitely here. Yes.
Wait, he was a Panthers draft pick? They drafted Terrace. Was Terrace Marshall ever on the Bills?
It's a great question.
Was Terrace I'm put a poll up. Was Terrace Marshall ever a Bill?
I love it when Remember Some Panthers or whatever we're doing becomes Remember Some Bills at the same time.
Yeah.
Okay, yes. This
is the team you do that with.
Here's the guy. This is another, again, every year. Right now, Dante Pettis is filling this role. Every year, the Bills are required to bring a former second-round pick that did not work out in. And they did this last year.
He was a Panther draft pick?
He was a Panther draft pick in the second round. Nope, sorry, he was not. He was a Jacksonville draft pick in the second round. Then went to Carolina.
Ooh, what?
Casey Toohill was the Washington defensive end I was thinking about.
Oh.
Remember him? Did he ever play?
I was going to say, I don't think he makes the jersey.
Who's the Carolina?
He was never supposed to be there. Their edge rushing stud.
I think he makes it.
Jacksonville second-round pick that goes to Carolina.
Yep.
He ended up here?
Yep.
Who is a Jacksonville?
You're just going to... This is like
Chenault?
Yes.
Laviska Chenault.
Laviska Chenault was on the Bills. Remember that?
I remembered Andy Isabella and Chase Claypool. I totally omitted that from my mind.
The season does not begin until they add a second-round receiver from another team.
Laviska
Chenault was in the mix last year.
Jeez. Yeah, he went to Carolina. There was so much hype about him at the beginning of his career.
Yeah, he was like the gadget guy that was going to, but he was more of a running back? Or like built, he was built like a running back?
Like a gadget. He was like the poorest man's poor Deebo Samuel.
He's the Elijah Moores of Andy Isabella's. Anyway,
Yeah.
More Carolina. Remember Some Panthers.
Ted Ginn Jr.
Yes.
So
Brandon LaFell.
Dan Morgan.
Those receivers for Carolina that were on the team that made it to the Super Bowl infected the Bills' mentality with receivers over the last 2 years. Brandon LaFell is one of those guys. I believe Devin Funchess was one of those receivers.
Oh, I got a good name here. Chris Gamble. Cornerback, Ohio State. Chris Gamble played 8 years.
Okay. It's a good name.
Yes, it is.
I didn't know of him. The name is good.
Deion Grant, he was good, right?
Who else is on that Super Bowl Panthers team?
Captain Munnerlin.
Captain Munnerlin was here.
Yeah. Julius Peppers.
I think he fought Cam Newton at a joint practice with the Bills.
That sounds right.
Or maybe just argued. I don't remember.
Brian Burns. Kawan Short.
Yeah. Who is on the Carolina team, though, that goes to the Super Bowl?
That's the 19... What year is that?
Is Peppers still there? 2000... They lost to Denver. 2011?
They also lost
Cam famously backed off the fumble.
They also lost to the Patriots in the Super Bowl with Jake Delhomme.
Right. And they were tied at the end of the game.
Yeah, that was the Super Bowl that I think had like the most explosive 15 minutes of scoring.
Not Cardinals-Steelers, because that's what I remember for Cardinals-Steelers.
Yeah, 32-29 final score. And Panthers-Patriots, that's 2004. There were 37 points scored in the fourth quarter.
That is the Brady Super Bowl that I remember the least about. I don't remember a moment. I don't remember anything from that game. Every other game, Super Bowl, and I was 8, but I remember moments from the Patriots-Rams Super Bowl or the Eagles-Rams or Eagles-Patriots Super Bowl. I don't remember a thing from Delhomme versus Brady.
Dan Morgan had 18 tackles in that Super Bowl.
Okay, so look at the drives in this game. It all came at the end.
There were 27 points in just the fourth quarter. Sorry, 37 points.
Listen to how the game began for both teams.
Oh, it was terrible.
Punt, missed field goal, punt, 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 blocked field goal, fumble, then a touchdown. What is that, 11 drives before anything happened?
And then in the fourth quarter, it went touchdown Patriots, touchdown Panthers, interception, touchdown Panthers, touchdown Patriots, touchdown Panthers, field goal, end of game.
Well, they got there eventually.
Also, this isn't one of those games where you got to remember how important it is to run the football because Antoine Smith went 26 carries for 83 yards, and Stephen Davis 13 for 49.
Delhomme and Brady threw for 300 yards and 3 touchdowns in that game.
Yep.
I want to bet that might be the only time that's ever happened. How many times in Super Bowl history
It's
did
another
both quarterbacks get to 300
It's another
yards?
one of those games. It's Friday. I got to get snarky. Carolina scored 29. That should be enough to win, right? No.
Who won Super Bowl MVP that day?
Deion Branch. Was it Deion Branch? He went like 10 for
143 and a touchdown.
It might have been Deion Branch. Might have been Brady. Probably Brady.
He has one. This stat line, I would feel like that would be the one. Unless he had another Super Bowl where he put up crazy numbers like that.
No, I don't think so.
Antoine Smith in that game.
Chris Jenkins. Did one of the Cars quarterback the Panthers at some point?
I would want to bet that David Carr got there at some point. I don't think Derek Carr got there.
Luke Kuechly, Hall of Famer. John Casey.
Is Kuechly the best player in Panthers history?
Yes, easily.
Over Cam?
Yes. Cam's not in the Hall of Fame and not going to go to the Hall of Fame.
No.
And Kuechly's first ballot.
Quarterbacks get a boost sometimes.
Chris Wenke.
Chris Wenke. Who are the quarterbacks between like Delhomme and Cam? Or maybe there actually isn't a lot of time there, is there? Between Delhomme and Cam. Like there's a Jimmy Clausen year in there for Carolina. He was a second-round pick.
There's Vinny Testaverde is in there. Rodney Peete, Randy Fasani, Matt Moore, Brian St. Pierre, Derek Anderson, Bills crossover. Kyle Allen, Bills crossover. All right. This has been Remembering Some Panthers.
John Fox.
How do we like the Panthers uniforms right now?
Hate them.
All right. You were ready with it.
One of my least favorite uniforms in the league.
You were just ready for it.
I do not like the Panthers uniforms. I really never have liked the Panthers uniforms.
You know whose uniforms looked great last night? Tennessee.
Yeah, red face masks.
The Titans uniforms looked really good.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we'll get a break in. Thank you for remembering some Panthers with us. Always fun to go down memory lane and wherever else it takes us. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. I just asked Joe to play the Premier League music. 1 week away. I mean, preseason football's here. Premier League starts Friday next week with the defending champions taking to the pitch against Coventry City. That's just my guys. Not Coventry, but Arsenal. Got to buy a new jersey. Got to deck the family out in the new look.
You know what's odd about soccer in comparison to our sports here? Premier League will get rolling in a week, and like some of the biggest moves haven't even happened yet. Like Liverpool's biggest move of the offseason, getting Barcola from PSG, like hasn't gone through yet. And it's like a coin flip whether it will by next Friday or next Saturday. Whereas in football, like all your biggest moves are like 6 months ago.
March. Yeah,
In
April.
March.
Yeah. Well, once we get to listen, we got preseason football today. The Bills have their game tomorrow. Once we get to Friday of next week, now I'm into there's something on television when I'm looking for it. And that's really all I can ask for. The PGA Tour has their final big 3 events coming up. But Friday next week, I've got Arsenal Premier League into the weekend, and then that's Premier League every weekend until pretty much we get to the NFL regular season, which starts on a Wednesday. So we'll get there. We're so close. We're so close to a completely filled up schedule. Eager to get there, to say the least.
When you have Premier League on in the morning before a Sunday NFL game.
It's the best. There are a few things I, old person, like more than waking up at 7 a.m., making a cup of coffee, sitting down and watching whatever Premier League game is on. Just, you give it to me. Whoever. Oh, it's Brentford and Hull City. Sounds good. There's sunshine. There's shadows. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, like the morning of the Bills opener, you'll have Man United and Man City.
Pretty good.
Like, we'll be focused on other things, but you have an insanely good sporting event 2 hours before the Bills game starts.
I have a homework assignment to give to our older Bills fans. All right, so if you're an older Bills fan, like you watched this team in the 70s,
okay,
here's the homework assignment for you. Because right now, Jeremiah Love is drawing comps in terms of running style to OJ. And I didn't watch OJ enough and see his stuff, but if you are an older Bills fan that, watched OJ, like I've got Nate Tice and Joe Orico like clipping highlights and like, this is OJ Simpson running the football. That's what this guy looks like. Joe Orico of No Expert Fantasy Football, Nate Tice of Yahoo Sports, like, yeah, that's OJ. And Nate Tice said, that was my comp from the spring. That's how he runs. He runs like OJ ran. You said Peterson.
He reminded me of Peterson. Because there was almost he was so fluid, but there was a violence with every step he took. You know how Pacheco runs?
Yeah, but
Pacheco looks violent, but he can't really move very fast.
It's definitely not smooth.
No, that's what I mean.
And
It's that, but there's the smooth and explosive part of it on top of it.
Yeah, there's a freight train element to it.
Yeah.
Trains run smoothly.
Yeah, like
on tracks, and that's when I think of Peterson. It was, the load you carry, the speed you get to, and I'm watching a couple of these clips of Jeremiah Love. So, anyway, if you're an older Bills fan and you see a Arizona game on, pop it on and see if you agree. If you think that Jeremiah Love kind of runs like OJ, because it's getting a little bit of pub right about now.
Before he kind of exits the limelight the second the season begins because he plays in Arizona.
They're talking about load managing him quite a
managing him because he's excellent and plays a position with a less of a shelf life than other positions, and they know they're going to be bad this year.
Yeah.
So they're going to run Tyler Algier into the ground probably instead.
So far, we talk about a lot of different positions in preseason. There are 2 other names that I'm hearing a lot about. Again, how do you sift through whose breakout looks good and who doesn't? And there are a couple of players taken high in this draft that I'm paying attention to, and I think they both play tonight. Let me right. Tampa plays tonight. Yeah, Tampa and the Jets. Actually, if you can just watch this game, 2 of the names are on this. The Jets drafted David Bailey, number 2, and a lot of what I'm reading out of Jets camp is like he looks legit. Like this guy is he is it. And in Tampa, Ruben Bain, who, man, of all the ideas for the Bills, like at a pass rusher, loved the idea of Ruben Bain, who is a violent pass rusher. He was one of these, his arms are short, and so far in Tampa and in joint practices against the Jets, Ruben Bain, who is a pass rusher wearing the number 3, by the way.
Nice.
Yeah, I think it's kind of cool. He's been a terror. So trying to find my way to the Jets and Bucks tonight and see just how good Ruben Bain is. Meanwhile, Vita Vea, there is nothing. And
he tweeted a shrug emoji.
He did.
About his stats.
Can I give you something that Joe Marino sent to me of Locked On Bills?
Yeah.
He sent me, this came actually from Mike Garafolo, but numbers tracked by PFF.
Oh, this was the tweet I think Vea tweeted about.
Okay, about how often he gets a pass rush?
Yeah.
Yeah. From the interior. So pressures and sacks, is this in the last however many years? I got to double check like the timeline here. Number 1 is Jeffrey Simmons.
Mm-hmm.
Number 2 is Vita Vea.
Mm-hmm.
Ahead of Quinnen Williams, ahead of Jalen Carter, ahead of Dexter Lawrence.
Yep.
Like Dexter Lawrence just went for the 10th pick. I don't know what Vita Vea goes for.
I mean, Quinnen Williams went for a massive amount of picks.
Yeah. And here's Vita Vea. If you can get him at a discount at all, which you probably can't. But
well, he is older than those guys, which is why you might be able to do that. Like Quinnen Williams, he went for Mozzie Smith, a second-round pick, and a first-round pick next year. So, and it's the higher of the two. Dallas is 2 first, so I guess it's the higher. So it's a first, a second, and a starting defensive tackle for Quinnen Williams. But Quinnen Williams is 28 years old. Vea is into his 30s. He's not going to cost you a first, a second, and a player. He might not cost you a first at all. So if you can get a player of that caliber without giving up a first-round pick, the reason you're getting that is because he's older. And you might not know how long he's going to be able to do that for you. Is it just 1 year? Is it 3 years? But the last thing he said about it was, I think, either earlier in the week or last week, which was basically the same thing, that he just does not see a way that it's going to resolve itself in Tampa Bay.
I wonder if he thinks the coach is a lame duck. Because
Bowles.
Plenty think that Bowles might be.
Do they have a tough start to their year? Because isn't he someone that could get fired like in the first month of the season if it doesn't go well?
They would be another team, by the way, that let their offensive coordinator walk out the door, and that guy was a better coach than the coach they had.
Liam Cohen?
Liam Cohen. The Bucs.
Would Dave Canales also even maybe be? I mean, maybe the playoffs with Bryce Young.
All right, let me give you the Bucs start to their schedule. You tell me what the Bucs are going to do here. They open with the Bengals on the road.
Historically, a bad Week 1 team, though.
True. Then they play the Browns, Vikings, Packers, Cowboys, Steelers.
It's not that difficult.
It's not that easy.
No, that's a middle of the road difficulty, I'd say.
Panthers, Falcons, Bears, Lions. Panthers, okay. Chargers, Ravens, Saints, Falcons, Rams, Saints.
It's not that hard, but it's not that that's middle. I'd say that's middle. Part of that is they play in a division where every time I hear one of those other divisional teams said, it's like, oh, that's an easier game.
The Saints, though, is the Saints schedule a lot easier? Because the Saints are a trendy pick to win that division.
The Saints are the sexy pick right now by people. Like, oh, you picked the Saints to win the division.
The Saints open with the Lions and the Ravens.
Yeah, good luck.
That's tough.
Well, we'll see. Listen, if the quarterback might be really good, and he's got awesome weapons, although
Jordan Tyson has a hamstring injury.
Did I jinx Jordan Tyson because I made fun of his hamstrings yesterday on the show, and then like an hour later he injured his hamstring? If he's healthy, they have awesome weapons on offense. 2 running backs, 2 great receivers. I mean, if the quarterback is good, and last year he showed to be pretty good, then why can't they win a bad division? I think they could. But I do think everybody seems to want to pick the Saints right now because that's interesting, sexy pick there, picking New Orleans, who was horrible a year ago for stretches. The only team I cannot see myself picking there is Atlanta to win the division.
Extendo Sports coming up. Yeah, Atlanta's toast. They've had injuries.
Their
They
quarterbacks
don't have a
aren't staying
quarterback.
healthy.
Yeah, they'd have injuries. Right, both defensive ends.
Shame, because I love Bijan and Drake London, and they've got some exciting players. I was about to say Kyle Pitts, but I gotta avoid him. It's fantasy draft season. Been burned one too many times by Kyle Pitts, who they did pay this summer, right?
Yeah.
All right, so maybe he's got a season coming.
Extendo Sports coming up. Then it's going to be the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show here on WGR. To the weekend we go. Coverage tomorrow begins 7 a.m. With T to Green from Gowanda, Brian Koziel and Jeff Meadis. They'll talk some Bills on the way, leading into Mr. Joe Cali, who takes over at 9 a.m. Kickoff is 1 o'clock, Carolina. First game day atmosphere and environment. An afternoon game. Nice day out. End zones, anyone? We'll see.
The logo, too.
Logo?
I'm surprised we have not seen, I guess it's not done yet. We've not seen, like, a video from the Bills account, like, showing off. But that's assuming they are going to do it.
Wouldn't it make total sense if they didn't do any painting like that until the opener?
Until the regular season opener?
Yeah. The preseason ends on the 28th?
That is 27th.
27th. So the preseason ends on the 27th, and the season begins, the home opener is 3 full weeks later.
Right.
As the grass grows in, and they're just kind of I don't know if they just don't want it painted yet. And would do that somewhere in that 3-week window.
Mm-hmm. Tickets are down to about $50 on the secondary market to go to this game tomorrow.
Seems like a good deal.
See if they drop even more.
So the ticket's $50. Or is it the price the person paid for it? How much is that ticket worth? How much did it cost?
Well,
for the person that's going to the game with that ticket, how much did it cost for that person to go to the game?
The old saying goes that something is worth what someone will pay for it. But in this instance, someone has paid twice for it. One person paid one thing, another person paid another thing.
Maybe 3 times as much as the value that ultimately goes for. Anyway.
Well, really, I guess you could say there's an argument that this is the value of it because the Bills just or whoever is in charge of it just randomly decide this ticket is worth this much.
It's included in season tickets.
Now, when I go to the market where everybody can bid on it or everybody can purchase it, what does it go for?
Mm-hmm. I was going to mention, Terrion Arnold goes to the Seahawks. He's signing in Seattle.
For as long as he's not in jail?
Yeah, I guess so.
He'll play there? A lot of people yelling at me on Twitter about The Sandlot.
Yeah, it's a good movie.
I'm just saying.
A lot of nostalgia.
1993.
A lot to like.
Long time ago.
It was a long time ago.
Would you say it's a kid's movie?
It's a movie about kids. Sure,
Okay.
It's a kids. It's
I feel like
Sure.
once if I didn't watch it when I'm 10, I'm not going to properly appreciate it.
Because it's not only a kids movie, it's also a movie when it came out for if you were 53 and you played baseball with your friends,
Yeah.
it took you back to doing exactly that. So I think it's a movie for baseball people that are romantic about baseball. And for kids and for adults, and it's funny and it's a period piece. And, there's things to love about it, but is it the greatest movie of all time? No. I don't think you had to see it when you were 10. I think you could see it today and think it was pretty good.
All right.
It's good stuff.
Keep it on the list for a rainy day.
We're back on Monday. We'll break down the Bills' preseason performance against the Carolina Panthers. Have yourself a great weekend.